guess we shouldn't.
No,
Blair White.
Oh yeah.
Blair White.
And there's a bunch of people who are trans who are like basically come out and say like, look, I know I'm not a woman. I know I'm a man. And
Bro,
we shouldn't be around kids. We shouldn't be competing in women's sports. There's a decent.
We shouldn't be around kids at all.
Blair White goes to these events where like trans people, and she gets like called a Nazi and kicked out.
Yep.
It's because she's on the wrong side.
With a huge cock.
That was a sculpture.
No, I think she's gone through the whole thing. It's like one day they're going to be able to manipulate chromosomes where you're not going to ever have to worry about that again. They're going to be able to change you to a woman. They're going to actually be able to do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it to us, but somebody's lifetime in the future. There's going to be people that are like,
what do you mean?
you know, people like serial divorcees that you get married and divorced. There's going to be people that go back and forth, man to woman, man to woman. They're just going to be pigs. They're just going to be dirty, greedy pigs that just want to fuck and get fucked and just.
I was a video goes,
I fucked myself last week.
Is that saying I was a whore or like a womanizer? He goes, I was a bit of a woman in my 20s, and then I did my 30s as a guy.
Yeah, some women would look at men who've only been men the whole time.
And that's the shit that's really weird is you get teenagers that like they change, and then a few years later they're like, oh yeah, it was a phase.
Of course, especially these poor girls that are getting vasectomies.
No, it's making a choice of goth at one point.
Yeah, imagine you had an eyeliner tattoo.
Trump is having a press conference on on X. There's 11 million people watching. That's the most I've ever seen in any event on X. Yeah, just a moment. Elon Musk is there. Here you go. I'll put it. Okay. you for later. Have a good day. Thanks, son. James Kaminsky. Brother Fergie says, how you living, Pimp? Dude, I'm slinging dick like it's going out of style, dude. How about you? Excellent. Doug, you know there are 11 million people on Twitter right now watching this this campaign rally? And there were, yeah, that's more people than I've ever seen on X. Have you ever seen 11 million people at one event? That's cool. I think it's pretty big. Early November. I don't know. I am actually not a fan of either of them, particularly after I saw this one video by a young lady named Katie Johnson who talks about Trump having to give Trump a hand job while wearing his gloves. He also had to have sex with him and he took her virginity. She was 13 when it first started. So if you've seen that, it might. Yeah, so it could be an October surprise, but I don't know. All I know is that he's got 11 million people right now, and he's doing his best to cook. He's got 12 million people now. Yeah, it's on Elon Musk. Elon Musk is there. Welcome, welcome. Yo, dog. Oh. What's up, magazine? How you doing with them? You're not living? That's good. That's what we're watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to check out as much as you want. We're all night. So I get you.
Regular picture from the
But
70s.
this is what happens. Like people die. Like you'll be in a group, and
Mhm.
somebody dies, and you go, "Well, guys, we have to leave him." And you're like, "What? That's
You,
my
not only
cousin."
that, you have to leave them while they're dying.
Yeah.
Or you could die.
Yeah.
Like you can't help them. You have to just go.
And they're going to die a slow death.
Look at these guys got trapped.
How many people agree
That
to
guy-
like
that's
do
how much
like
died
death
like that.
sentences, but like then there's something like the submersible thing that was just like everyone was like cheersing champagne, like this is the best, and then it just ends immediately.
Oh, they saved that guy. Look, he got trapped.
Oh my god! Imagine getting trapped like that, and that's it. You just slowly die like that.
Wishing you could just get shot in the head and not have to slowly die.
It's so insane. It's all so insane. And it's just to get to the top so you got there.
I mean, is it how exhilarating? It has to be so. I bet it's not that great.
Well, it's probably you realize you can do something very difficult, which a lot of people have a desire to do, and it's also a bragging right for a lot of dickheads. There's a lot of dickheads, I want to tell you. I've been in Nepal. I went up to Everest. I really helped the community. And there's a lot of people that just do it for street
Throw an
cred.
acoustic guitar song up there.
Yeah,
Some people, they just want to fucking challenge themselves, though, in some insane way where they might die.
I think it's when you don't have kids. Any of those things like skydiving. I never. I always wanted to skydive, and I'm terrified of heights. But as soon as I had a kid, I was like, I'm not
No, I'm
jumping
the
out of a
same.
plane.
I'm the same. Yeah, unnecessary risk. And I said now as my daughter's older too, like having that thing where it's like now she'd have to be like, your dad, like the
Motorbike
chute
ride.
didn't open. Yeah, exactly. Motorcycle. It's like he turned. It was raining, and he turned on his motorcycle a little too fast.
Oh, I didn't. I was getting a motorcycle license. I was sitting in traffic, and
Me
I'm
too.
just watching cars or motorcycles zip between me, and I was like, dude, I got to get a motorcycle. And it was maybe the 5th time that I crashed my car in 2022. But I was like, this is going to be the death of me.
Yes, Lewis had a moment where he was like, I don't think I should do armored fighting or get a motorcycle. Maybe neither of these are good ideas.
I have to trust you because I have to pee. So keep chatting about
Okay,
yourself.
nice.
Don't fuck up my show.
No,
Okay,
Put me in
listen,
trouble.
it's you're leaving the number one show in the number one show in the world being left in the hands of the Legion of Skanks. What could possibly go wrong?
Let's take calls.
Lewis?
Jamie, open the phone lines.
What if it just turns out there's been phone lines the entire time? Just people have been waiting to get on.
We got Jim on 3 says he's got some new ideas for the show.
It's all way behind. The guy who's like, I want to say something to Brian Redband. You're years late, sir.
Yes, I've been on hold for 17 years.
This is going well, guys.
What do you guys think?
He's going pretty well so
Does he
far.
like us?
I
And when I
think-
say
I
us, I mean you two.
I think this Joe fellow has a future in broadcasting.
Oh, no, he's
Stick
doing
with it.
all right. He's doing all right. I'll give him some notes, but man, I'll tell you what though, his like on air stuff, his accoutrement to the table is very different than ours.
Cooler than ours. We used to have a racist beard.
We're racist.
I
right?
like to think we're getting there.
We are, but no one's ever made his art out of drums or stuff like that.
I think this is all really cool stuff. This is an actual dinosaur head.
It's a real skull.
Yeah, he was like, dude, this is actually a real UFO. We actually went to Mars and found a miniature UFO.
Oh, isn't this like a Tyrannosaurus windpipe or something? I don't even think I'm wrong about that. I think it's something like that.
Jamie, is that what we're looking at?
Walrus dick up there somewhere.
It does kind of look like a walrus dick now that you mention
That
it.
was pulled out of the permafrost in Alaska.
This was.
Yeah, see how it's like shaped. There was a swamp there. That was the, no one knows why. It's not flat like that.
That's not.
Dude, if I steal the thing from the permafrost,
Everybody take a little thing. Dave, take a commemorative coin. I'm going to take Dice's cigarette.
Nah, I don't need to steal anything. I'll be back.
we should do something. Oh, Dave. Dave, we really dumbed you down for the show, huh?
Oh, we're having fun, boys.
No,
I don't
wait,
think so.
Jamie was telling us about this the unfrozen walrus stick or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's not. Oh no, it's not. We actually have a walrus. What is it? What kind of bone is it? What kind of bone is it?
Walrus dick.
The walrus dick bone. Where is that? Is that in the other studio?
It's not up there. It's
We got a walrus dick.
Is it not very big? It's very
It's
small.
fucking huge. It's giant. It's
Wait,
like this
the
big.
walrus sticks actually have bones?
Yeah, what is it called? The proboscis? What is it called? Something like that?
Dude.
Isn't that a nose? Isn't a proboscis a nose?
You got to slow down this podcast
Baculum,
with
that's
dumb
right.
questions like that.
It's called a baculum. Bone. That's it. That's what they look like. They're
That's,
giant.
and that's an actual walrus's cock.
Yeah.
That's why they're always hailing Hitler. Big fancy.
Yeah, it's actually a bone because nature doesn't have time for your hard-ons. You get a bone. With us, it's like too complicated. Raise kids, like you got to be really into this. I want you to be like in the mood,
Yeah.
fully committed.
Wait, do dogs have bones? Or
Yeah,
they
the
have
dogs have
us?
bones.
No.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, dogs
Didn't
have
they find
bones.
out? Isn't it a recent?
Are you fucking with me right now, Joe?
I think cats have bones. I don't know if dogs have bones.
Isn't there?
Don't they all have
Isn't the
bones?
Loch Ness monster actually like a whale flipping upside down and his cock coming out of the water?
Nah,
I've heard that,
the Loch Ness monster photo, the famous one, is fake as fuck.
but they said it's actually
The dogs have
if
dick
you see a
bones.
whale
I think
flipping over on its back and its dick comes out, it's what it looks like. They said probably much could have been that.
Nah, it's horseshit. Or it's a sturgeon, probably a sturgeon.
Canine baculum.
Yeah, yes, they have dog dicks.
They have
Dogs have a
fucking
bone in their
bones.
penis. Yeah, it's called so they have the same thing, baculum.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like it has a bone in it.
I think it's only us. I think that we're the chimps and the primates, the only ones that God doesn't trust. Like you can't have a bone.
That is just
You
blood.
just use it all day long. You never build houses.
It's a good. God made the right call on that one.
100%.
You don't want to give us a bone.
It's too easy for us to fuck, so the bone dies off. That's probably what happened. Because it's too easy. Because if we just bred, like we're already overpopulated. We not really, but I mean, if you wanted to look at us compared to any other animal, the balance is way off. There's way more of us than there are of them. We're everywhere. We're on every fucking part of the country, every part of the world.
Let's do that.
Which ones? Oh, we got robbed.
The cool ones. This is gorilla and chimpanzees.
The baculum of the dog's penis.
Did you watch that thing yet? The lady who the chimp crazy on HBO.
I loved it.
Pretty
Did
wild.
you say gorillas have them? Gorillas have them all. So that's exactly what happened.
You do not want to get fucked by a gorilla.
We developed agriculture in cities, and the bone went away because then we would just fuck all day. We would never figure out cities.
Well, it said chimps have them, which are supposed to be our closest.
No houses. No phones. Where's their cell phone? In order to get a cell phone, you gotta lose the bone.
and
Yeah.
throwing shit at each other.
It's like whatever the common ancestor of us and chimps is. That was the split. Was they were like, look, we're going to go in this direction where we build civilization, and the chimps were like, we're going to keep our dick bones. So good luck.
That's exactly what happened. They had a conversation about it.
They're like, I get it. I understand why you want to do it.
The female has one. She has a bone in her clitoris. Damn. Imagine how hard she comes.
Damn. Wait, there's a clit bone?
Yeah, buddy.
It's connected to the pussy bone.
Well, it probably has to be because all animals that are mammals, they start off as female anyway. Right? Like the same process, I think, for primates in that, right? That's why
Oh,
boy
so you're saying
dogs
Lewis's
have
penises aren't
nipples.
done yet? We haven't grown into them?
There is definitely a market for grinding down dick bones and fucking putting them in your drinks or something. Like
Oh,
energy
yeah.
drinks.
In
For
China,
sure.
it's probably right up there with tiger bones.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it that they grind dick bones down in certain cultures.
Yeah.
Well, in certain cultures, like they will want to drink rhino tea because it's naughty. You know, they know rhinos are an endangered species, but they cut their fucking horns off just to make tea, and it's supposed to make your dick hard. For real.
It's like a fucking.
Or is it just because it's like
so crazy.
It's because it's naughty.
endangered?
I'm a naughty boy. I'm going to serve you some. You know, imagine you go over a guy's house, like, what a fucking house. Look at this guy. You want some fucking rhino horn tea? Wow, you've got the real shit.
It's like, do you want to fuck a dodo bird?
That guy's got a raccoon dick around his neck.
They sell them on.
They sell them. Oh, I need one.
That was awesome.
Who's looking at that going, yeah, I need a raccoon bone dick.
If you want a raccoon one, you want a fucking like a big old wolf. Yeah,
A wolf
dude,
dick.
A wolf dick would rule.
A bear dick with a nice open shirt.
That's what happened. We were like, I don't need the dick bone. I want to figure out space travel. You
They're
can't
like,
figure out
all right.
space travel if you have that dick bone.
Even this
They're
thing
like,
like
it's one or the
go
other.
away a little bit.
Once they develop the bulletproof skin, the next thing is going to be a reemergence of the dick bone.
Dick
And then,
bone starts coming
you know
back.
who's going to fight against it? Viagra. You're going to be like, fuck you, earn it.
Yeah, that would be.
You know?
You put Viagra tries to stop bulletproof skin because this thing goes all the way up the ladder. You got to follow the money.
It's going to be a bulletproof dick bone for sure. If you're going to put a dick bone in there, why make it a regular bone?
I like to
one that
think that,
can't
like,
break if the girl gets crazy.
The CEO of Viagra, like as this podcast is out, is in a room somewhere going, they're talking about it on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, this threatens our entire business model.
Once AI goes live, that's going to be one of the first things we fix. Bring back the dick bone. We've already devolved enough. We realize there's like a limit. You get to the end of the road and civilization has to collapse and start over again. But in the meantime, we're going to need that dick bone.
That might be the thing that drives the collapse.
Yeah.
Once you get the dick bone, there's no more need for civilization.
Well, no, I think civilization collapses, and then the reemergence of the dick bone becomes a necessity because you have to fuck very quickly because you get eaten by animals.
Okay. All right, I get it.
Yeah, and so there's madness, cannibal gangs in the streets, fucking block takeovers times a million.
Juggalos.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're right back here.
And you're going to need a dick bone because you have 13 seconds to impregnate your wife and then hope that neither one of you gets eaten on the way to the lake.
You're like, that was my third wife, by the way. So I'll have a fourth one soon.
Bro,
Is this the skull of a Wendigo, an evil mythical forest
no, it's
creature?
a mule deer. It's a mule deer. It's just a regular deer.
Did you kill that one?
Yeah, it was the first animal I
He
ever
told
killed.
us you killed the crocodile that's out there.
It's an alligator.
So,
You know?
Sorry, Joe.
That's misgendering
Crocodiles
the
are
show.
scary.
I just watched Joe actually get mad at me.
No, I didn't. But crocodiles are like that's a bigger accomplishment. That's a scarier animal, way scarier.
That is a huge alligator.
Big ass.
That is a
alligator.
massive
Yeah.
beast.
Big ass.
Wait, the crocodile is scarier than the alligator?
Yeah, way
Okay.
scarier. Way,
And what is it that makes them scarier?
way bigger, way more aggressive.
Jake, some of us are here to
we
learn.
look stupid
Yeah.
now because of that dumbass question.
They're fucking terrifying. If we, they found a bunch of them in the Everglades in Florida. The same assholes that let loose their fucking pythons. There's a bunch of them have let loose some giant Nile crocodiles.
Oh, is it the guy that he's riding like the fan boat through it, and then all of a sudden, like the ground is more
Oh, that's a different
alligator
one.
than-
I think that's in Costa Rica. I think that video. I don't think that video is in America. It might actually be a different kind of crocodile. It might be in the Amazon. I don't believe that's America. But the ones in America, the ones they're spotting, they have like a kill on sight order for them in the Everglades. Because if you have a population of breeding Nile crocodiles in the Everglades, it's over. It's fuck your golf. Like
How do
there are
you-
plenty
Dude,
of people.
kill on sight's a funny thing. If you're unarmed, you just see what out there. They go, government said I got to kill this thing on sight. Let's go, motherfucker.
How do you
How
kill
many-
an alligator?
You have to shoot it. How many to date have they killed in the Everglades? Because they've spotted it's more than 4, I think. So the problem is they don't look through much of the Everglades. It's too crazy. It's so thick. The whole middle of Florida is like Florida's the dick of the country, and that dick is infested with monster soup. It's just pythons, and fucking crocodiles and alligators everywhere, and there's no mammals left. Like 90% of the mammals in the Everglades are gone.
The crocodiles just fucking
No,
out?
the pythons. The
Snakes
pythons
got
have killed
'em, yeah.
everything.
All
Pythons
right.
have killed everything.
And that's just like very recent, right?
Pythons are killing alligators. They eat alligators.
Jesus, American crocs. It says when I look it up.
No. Nile crocodiles in Everglades for sure. I was watching a news thing. Nile crocs. Yeah, there it is. Wow, that's something on Reddit. Yeah.
10 years.
10 years ago, someone caught there's been more than one, though. I think
just
there's
watched,
been 4 different ones that they've caught.
I don't know how my algorithm got this, but it was like if you ever get attacked by it must have been a crocodile. Maybe it was an alligator, but they told you what to do.
Yeah, you
So
doing
yeah,
shit.
you punch it in the nose and put it through its
No,
brain
you're
like a
so
tall
low,
It's
tree.
always, by the way, step 1 is always stay calm.
Yeah.
First thing you want to do.
Do I play dead? Do I act big? What do I do?
Hilarious.
You're gonna roll with it because it's gonna try to roll you, right? And then if you have an opportunity to play dead, because then it'll think you're dead, or instead punch it in his nose, which is the fucking
I was
thing
really-
about it.
I was
Oh,
thinking
it's
tickle it.
traumatized. All of it's hilarious. You ain't
Tickle
doing
it.
shit.
Try tickling it in different places.
You ain't doing shit. My friend Jim
You don't know
Shockey.
that, Joe. I'm not going to tickle a fucking alligator.
My friend Jim Shockey got sent to Africa to hunt them because they were killing these people in this village. Everybody in the village is like missing a hand. They all had like bites taken out of them. These crocodiles were like targeting these people like they were food. And so they brought in this professional hunter. This guy's a friend of mine, Jim Shockey, and he went to Africa and shot these crocodiles. While he was there, one of the ladies got taken. One of the ladies was washing clothes in the river, and they just fucking snatched out.
Maybe don't wash clothes in the river.
But this is how crazy it is. They develop like a system where they stick logs in the ground in like this circular area because they think the crocodiles can't come through it. But I think the crocodiles are figuring out how to go on the ground when everyone's sleeping and slip right into that and wait.
Don't lions do that shit in Africa too? Like they really hunt humans,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They'll really like plan it out and
Did you
shit.
ever see that
They
Val
have,
Kilmer
they have
movie?
people whistles. They go, suck, dude. Suck, dude.
No, it'd be like,
You know,
who
is there
wants
people
some
out there?
pussy? You want some pussy? I got wild pussy in the woods.
Are you guys hearing that? I'm gonna go check this out real quick.
Guys, I got
Horny,
horny.
I want to suck your dick.
Why isn't the alien, the predator, like the guy who comes down and fucks people up, why doesn't he hunt us that way? With
Yeah,
calls?
really?
Wouldn't that be more exciting for him?
Yeah.
Instead of just running people down and fucking taking their heads?
That is
Hey,
hilarious.
mercenary.
That would
Hey,
trick them.
mercenary.
That's why
Why
you
you
hunt
take a little
animals
time off?
By getting them
Your
horny
dick
first.
Trick them into going on a wellness retreat.
Like,
Set it up like a deer blind, like a wellness retreat.
dude, if you're a duck, do you think you're about to get and you fucking just get blasted in the head?
Well, they
That's
think it's
the
a
worst.
safe place to land. It's even more despicable. They take rubber ducks and they put them everywhere. Like, oh, it's a party, duck party. Everybody's happy. And you come in and just imagine being a duck and just getting blasted out of the sky. Like, how?
Yeah, that sucks.
I thought I had to worry about dogs and things like that. I didn't think I'd worry about getting blasted out of the fucking sky.
Duck is delicious.
It
It's
is.
delicious meat. Yeah.
And it's probably fun to blast them out of the sky. I haven't done that particular activity, but I bet it's a good time. Just fucking pop the hatch, boom, 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 and then you cook them up that night. Nice.
Yeah, it's got to be a lot of fun.
But you got to be careful you don't eat buckshot. That's a real issue because you don't always get all the little bees because a shotgun, you shoot it up there, it's a scatter. That's how you can shoot birds. At the
Not for the
distance.
migrants, dude. They just grab them, break their neck, and cook them up.
That's the better way of doing it,
Buckshot.
really.
Yeah, no buckshot needed.
The buckshot needed.
Get those bitch-ass domesticated ducks that are subject to grabbing. Those park ducks, they don't know any better yet.
Just, oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, I assume you can't just eat like lake duck.
You could.
Can you?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I'm
could.
sure you could eat them. I'm saying, is that like, is there any kind of good? It doesn't
Like,
taste.
when I go to the when
No,
I
it'd be
get
good.
Peking
You'd
duck,
have-
is that the same duck that you just see in like Central Park?
There's different kinds of ducks. Some ducks are called diver ducks, and those are the least appetizing because diver ducks go all the way down to the bottom of the where the ground is, the surf, the bottom of the lake, and they eat all the algae and all the bullshit and like anything that's down there. They eat anything. They eat dead fish and all kinds of rotten things. And the idea is that they're not very tasty. But the other ducks, there's like mallards and different ducks that like people hunt. They don't dive. You know, they eat things that are like on the surface. They don't go down and eat the milk. But I've had diver duck that was really well prepared by a chef. This guy who owns Dai Due in town. It's an amazing restaurant. And he cooked it fantastic. It was awesome.
And this is the ones who eat all the bad shit, but it still tastes good.
You can still do it right. It's just an involved process. You know, like he brined them and did a bunch of different things and marinated them, but ultimately you can eat them. But I think like a regular duck, the kind that are like sitting on the pond, you could snatch one of those up. I bet it'd be just like a regular duck that you'd shoot out of the sky. It's just a duck.
Well, fellas, we know what we're doing after this.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if you came from a country where there's no food, and all of a sudden they flew you into Ohio, I'm like, why are we all here? Like,
and no
okay,
one tells you not to eat the
Right.
ducks.
Right.
There's just ducks there.
Not only that, maybe you don't even speak English. So there's all these signs saying, "Don't kill the ducks," and you say, "Oh, look, ducks."
Kill ducks.
Wouldn't you?
ducks?
Wouldn't you automatically grab a duck if like you came from a place where there was no food?
Oh yeah. No, I'm not blaming the Haitians.
Pekin duck is the most popular duck to eat. Pekin duck meat is known for its mild, satisfying flavor, easily adapts to a number of cuisines, has a lighter flesh and milder flavor. So
Is it not
So
Peking?
this is a duck. It says Pekin. Peking is a type, but this is like domestic ducks. That's what they're showing here.
Gotcha.
So like if you buy duck in a restaurant, you're not really buying wild duck. You're buying a domesticated duck. But there's wild ducks that taste really good, and there's wild ducks that are a little funky, and those are the ones that they call diver ducks.
Yeah, there's like fish. I went fishing in Puerto Rico. We went deep sea fishing, and there's like certain fish that like they eat. Or I guess the bigger the fish were, like they eat like all the algae and stuff off the reef. And I guess if the fish was really big, you had to like throw it back because you can get like really sick.
I think it's the toxins from the fish they eat. They eat stuff off the reef.
Oh, right. You're right about that,
Yeah.
actually. Yes.
Yeah, we caught some barracuda. They're like, in this area you can keep them, but if you catch them over there, you can't keep them. You can't eat them. It's weird. It's like and especially with like big game species, because there's ones that they just won't eat. It's too risky.
Pretty wacky. We went fishing on Birch tour this summer, and they caught a fish. And like it looked like he was gonna like, I thought he was gonna like gut the fish right there on the boat. But what he was doing was, when you pull them up very fast, with the fish, they get like the bends.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks so violent, but they're actually like, saving the fish. He's gonna throw them back, and they like just like stab them almost like underneath the thing, and like it just like lets the air out, and they're able to live.
Fish hit the bends.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the pressure that their body has to be under when they're like 500 feet underwater is insane. And so when they go to the top, their organs will come out through their mouth.
Wow. It's crazy. So yeah,
They fill up
it looks
with
like
air.
all filled up. So they just like you like let the air out of the balloon, and then the fish start moving again. You throw them back in the water.
I cooked a lobster once, and you're supposed to put the knife into the back of its head. You're not supposed to just boil it, but I couldn't do it. I was like, "There's no way."
That's what it looks like. The guy's eyeballs pop out and his tongue pops out. I've seen that happen.
It's kind of like Ari.
It's very bizarre. A lot like that.
It looks like a wacky like a card you'd get at Spencer's.
Isn't there a fish called a Jewfish? There is, right?
That's gefilte fish.
Yeah. But that's I mean, imagine what that does to your body going from 500 feet down in the fucking ocean to pulling up to the top.
Yeah.
It just pops out.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Why isn't that not the case? That's probably exactly what would happen if you went to the moon and took your helmet off.
We've never really done. So
That's what Total Recall said happens on Mars.
Jewfish. There you go. There's no-
Overpopulation. There we go.
Do you think the other
Well,
fish?
keep up the Hitler fish, please.
It's a Goliath? That's what it is?
There's only one person who's gonna
Only one fish can get to the bottom of this problem.
Do they have a disproportionate control of the fish media? I'm just wondering.
Is that the
Who's running
that's
fish
the-
banks?
a Jewfish is a Goliath grouper?
Popped it in the Google says Atlantic Goliath grouper.
Whoa, let me see that motherfucker.
Well, hello.
I'm here for your rent
Jesus
money.
Christ, look at that picture with the
Give
diver.
me your rent
Look
money.
at that picture with the diver. That's fucking insane. That's
Wow.
like a largemouth bass that could eat a person.
If I saw that, I would think that I was about to be murdered.
I would not be comfortable with that thing
No.
being right next to me.
I would
That's a
think that I
giant
shrunk. Am I inside of a small fish tank?
Bro, if you were a little kid, if you were a 4-year-old kid and you went diving, free diving near that, there's a real likelihood that thing swallows you.
Yeah.
800 pounds.
Oh yeah, the Jewfish eating
What?
babies. Let's spread that rumor.
You ever seen a largemouth bass take out a duckling?
No, but I want to now.
They take them out. They take out birds. There's a guy that was developing a lure for there's a giant pike called a muskie. They're notoriously hard to catch, and they're enormous, like real ancient fish. Looks like a monster, and they're hard to catch. They call them like the fish of 10,000 casts. And so this guy developed a lure for them that's a duck. It's a little ducky moving across the water. It's very effective.
Go for it.
Muskies like the fuck up ducks. They're huge, dude. They're like this big. You ever seen one?
No, I don't
Look,
think so.
Pull up a photo.
We got one on the right here.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
No, that's a largemouth bass. But Google muskie, giant. Just Google giant muskie. That's it.
Wow.
Look at that thing. Those fucking things are crazy, and they're super predators.
That's
They
good.
take out ducks and all kinds of things. And if you want to catch them, you have to have a big ass lure. Look at that. Look at the size of their fucking mouth. It's just covered in teeth like a barracuda.
Is there a video of one of these things like eating a duck?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If you have to catch it, you have to just like Antifa.
Yeah. Look at freezing.
He gets his weapon.
Those guys are cold as
Jews won't
fuck.
replace
You hit
it.
it with a bike lock.
You got to catch those motherfuckers in some cold ass water, just like northern pike.
Jewfish will not replace us.
Look at this. Giant muskie eats a duck. Here it goes. Uh-oh.
What an asshole. You
Fake
dick.
this out, cocksucker.
Oh, I thought that was it.
That was a solid. That was, it wasn't
bad.
a solid bit.
Okay. Muskie eats duck. Gotta sit through that. Okay. Is this a duck lure? Yeah. Unless he's got a duck with a hook through it, that monster. Isn't that fucked up? Like, you hate mice. You kill mice with a mouse trap, but if you went fishing with a mice and a hook, people would, oh, you piece of shit. What is wrong with
Well,
you?
yeah, that
Other
other
fish
fish. You do like black bait, right? You put it right through their eyes.
Right, but if you did that to a mouse, everybody would get very upset with you. You
Not me.
piece of shit. Isn't that crazy? Like, you can kill them with a spring. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, mousetrap, good job.
And it's not like
You
that's a
can-
humane way to kill them.
You can torture a
You
mouse
kill them
for
with a
all
glue
you-
trap.
I got lost on a YouTube journey once with a guy who made homemade mouse traps, and he would like create little systems to
to drown mice and rats in buckets.
Yeah.
It was great.
Oh yeah, they get like sent to like a bucket.
Yes, yeah.
Was that
That's
it?
crazy.
That was a little.
That is a
little
crazy. It's New York, right?
Yeah.
A system of mice and rats, and it just catches them and puts them in the buckets to drown. And then the guy's at the end of the month, he just has like a buckets of mice, and it's so crazy.
You guys see that Netflix documentary, Rats?
No.
It's all about rats in New York City, rats all over the country, and
No, I
rats all
don't
over the world. Oh, it's fucking horrible. I think the biomass of rats in New York City is equal or greater to the biomass of human beings.
Oh yeah.
And there are so many rats in New York City, dude. There's
You
so
know how nuts
many.
that is? Think about how many people walk on the street and think about the idea that the number of rats is greater.
Well, a bunch of people and rats.
Do you know that
Lewis
rats
is
eat
about
cockroaches
Lewis is
and
35
cockroaches
rats.
eat rat shit? Do you know how horrible the entire
Oh.
underneath New York City is?
No, this is a bullshit estimate. This is the estimate that there are approximately 3 million rats in New York City, which is close to a third of the city's human
No,
population.
way more.
It's a 50% increase from a decade ago. This is the AI overview.
Although we do have a rat czar now, so maybe she's doing her shit.
I think the documentary was saying that here it is right here. There are 8.2 million humans, average mass of 70 kilograms, about 2 million rats. That is not true. That's not too bad. Who knows how many? Like,
Yeah.
one said there's 2 million, one said there's
What's gonna
3
be
million.
not safe for work? Is
Here
a
it
girl,
is.
a girl saying with her pussy?
They got deleted. There's no good measurement of how many rats there are.
Yeah, there's not like a guy going down there who's like, everybody hold still, 14, 15. How would you possibly know?
16. You cannot. They're just justifying their job, just like the people on the Homeless Commission. There's no fucking way you can tell me how many rats there are in New York City.
No, there's no.
I parked my car once. It was back in the day when we had to use cell phones or pay phones rather. And I was pumping gas. It was in the Bronx. And I went over to this payphone and I'm on the payphone and I'm watching rats jump out of the wheel of my car, jump into the engine bay, jump all around it. They were coming out of the sewer and jumping on the car. It was,
That's why I started.
2 minutes on the phone going, what the fuck?
I didn't realize until I lived in the city what a problem that is. Rats will go inside you. If you leave your car, like sit for days at a time, rats will get inside and like chew like wires and fucking like fuck your car. It's crazy.
So it says for over 100 years, nearly everyone has believed New York is about 8 million rats, a ratio of 1 human to 1 rat. The theory began in the 1900s when author and rat expert W.R. Boulter hypothesized that in England there was a ratio of 1 human to 1 rat. However, Albach points out that the hypothesis was erroneously applied to New York City and is widely quoted to this day. Many expert has debunked. And you know what? I lost a lot of faith in experts over the last few years. I'd like to see some fucking data. You know, it's actually 36 humans to 1 rat. I don't know about that. I don't think you know that. I don't think you know.
I mean, under the grounds, like, how do you possibly know? The entire subway systems are full of fucking rats.
Didn't it
Well,
say
just count
after that, Jamie, someone said it's 1 to 1? What did it say?
250 in New York City, health department went back to 1 to 1.
Okay. That's probably more accurate. And it's probably even worse now. There's no fucking way you know. The tunnels, it's all filled.
Oh, dude,
Rats are everywhere.
in the city, and we all, lived in the city for years and years, which Jay still does. But there'll be, every now and then, there'll just be like a block where there's like construction or something like that. Like there's something open in the ground. And sometimes you just have to walk through and you just have to like stomp your way through it because there's just rats everywhere. It's the fucking worst, dude. It's like, it feels like your skin is like, dude,
I've never
awful.
seen it with rats before, but I will say, and I found out what it was after. But so about a first time New York thing happening was I was just outside smoking a cigarette on my stoop when I was in East Village. And then all of a sudden I was like, that's weird. 3 roaches walking by in the daylight for like, that's kind of weird. You don't see that a lot. Just like, it's like 3 different times, 3 different roaches. I'm like, it's pretty strange. And then several more. And then I'm telling you, within 5 minutes, falling off the buildings, our superintendent came out and he was like, what's going on? And then we saw him like landing on his shoulder. He was freaking out. And then we went inside, came out a couple hours later, and there was thousands of them down the street. And I go, what happened? He goes, oh, that's what they do in New York. Whenever they like bomb a building for like roaches, it just shoots them to other buildings. They just come out. So that's what it was. Just he goes, oh, one building, they're probably trying to sell a building, so they bombed it for roaches, and it just sends tens of thousands of them out into the street. Like millions. I mean, when I was saying like it wasn't, you couldn't take a step and not be stepping on like the carcasses of like 50 of them, but they just
Dude,
Were they like the
giant
water bugs,
flying
the big ones?
in New York?
That's
dude?
the ones Jay's talking about.
yeah.
The
Those
flying
big,
water
they're
ones.
the most
Yeah.
disgusting creature in the world. Those water bugs in New York City. That's what
When
we
you
used to
see them,
call
you
them
say,
growing up.
"Oh, ew, it's crawling," and then all of a sudden it just takes flight and comes at you. You're like,
And it's
"Whoa."
like 1 month a year that they actually fly, but when they do, man, they just become the grossest thing.
If you want to live in a big city, that's just part of the program.
Yep.
Can't get rid of them. Can't get rid of the rats either. It's not like anyone's incompetent. It's too deep. You would have to move out.
It's our job to go. Let the rats have it.
Yeah, you'd have to move out and then nuke it from space.
Well, there's all types of, like, I live out in the country now, and there's all types of animals that I don't love that are around, but nothing's gross like that.
Right.
Like, it's like, there's like a bobcat that we've caught on our camera a few times. I'm like, I don't really want that thing around. But
They're
it's
kind of
not,
cool, though.
yeah, it's cool. It's not like disgusting.
There's
Just
some
like,
gross animals. I live a little closer to the city in Jersey. I get some gross animals. So we had those. What are the
Yeah, you're
things?
one of them.
Yeah, the Puerto Ricans. You know. What are the things that was like a big problem in New York last summer?
Black Lives
Oh, no.
Matter, right?
The bugs?
Yeah.
Oh, they're still there. They're back.
Lantern flies.
They're back this year. Lantern
Oh,
flies.
yeah, the
Yes.
lantern flies.
What are those?
Invasive. So it came over in a.
So in 2020, in the summer of 2020,
Illegal
I started
immigrant
seeing.
flies.
So, they're
No,
being
no,
funded by
they
the
brought-
UN. I'll tell you that
They were
much.
brought over. They were doing work on the High Line.
But I know they said in the summer of 2020 we started seeing these little bugs we had never seen before, and they said
They're
you're
almost
supposed to
kinda pretty.
kill it.
You're
They
almost
said
kind
you're
of pretty when you
supposed
see
to
them.
kill it if you see it. And immediately we were like, I don't work for you, government. I'm not going around killing your bugs. And then by the next summer, there was like 10 times as many. And the next summer there were like 10
They
times as
land on
many.
you. They're
And
like
just
red. They look like moths with like a red underbelly or
kind
something.
of. Yeah, they're like a little red. They're almost kind of pretty looking until there's a bunch of them and they kind of fly
at
on
first
you.
when I saw them, I thought they were like beautiful little butterflies, and I was like, "Oh, they're nice." And then I heard that they were a problem, and then they skeeved me out like
They
roaches
fuck up.
immediately.
They fuck up plants, but they came over. The High Line in New York was doing something. They brought in plants from China, and they came in here.
Is that why?
Yeah. So they came in to the docks and these plants from China, and now it's just they
They're
are
everywhere.
there, and it's crazy. It's about a month and a half. They are like the roof of my building.
You
Like,
could probably pull that
you
up to
can't-
me like New
you
York
can't
City
go on the
lantern
roof.
flies.
I can keep on the roof of my building. Like there's same thing, like tens of thousands of them all over there. There was a lady up there one time. I walked up there, covered in them like fucking Candyman. It was fucking crazy.
They're coming out of her mouth.
It was
my
crazy. She was
God.
accepting it. I was like, oh god.
She was accepting.
But they're evolving too in the fact that the first year that I was
Yeah,
aware
that's
of them, the first year I was aware of them, you could step on them and they didn't really do much. Now they fly and they run around. And
No,
if you,
yeah, they'll be in like
if you
doorways
leave your-
all over the place.
if you have no screen on your window, if you open a window, and there will be 100 of them in a room.
Oh my god, that's so disgusting.
It was only like this for like 2 weeks last summer, but there were 2 weeks where my yard was unusable.
Yeah.
Like you just could not go out.
It's about a
Couldn't
month.
go
They're
out.
one of the
About a
ones that
month.
come up every like however many years. They come up out of the ground and
Locusts,
Cicadas.
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 Yeah.
That's in Jersey as well. Like
Cicadas are cool though. They make cool sounds.
they make
They
really
do
cool
make
sounds.
cool
Except you
sounds,
find their like carcasses, like the hollowed out carcasses of their
Right.
bodies all over
But
the
they're
place.
not trying to run through your bathroom.
No.
No, and these things are
What did that lady say?
they're killing all like plants and stuff too.
Yeah.
So it's really bad. But they're like, if you read one article, it's like, here's New York's 5-year plan to get rid of the lanternflies, and the next article is like, no, they're just here. Like
Yeah.
this is going to be a
And
month
they
every
came
year.
from where?
China.
Wow.
China got us twice.
And they land on you. They're not.
That's it. 2 strikes, China. Don't you try this shit
They're
again.
not
They
afraid of
come
you either. Do they land right on your face, on your head, on your body?
Did they come over in some sort of a cargo ship or something?
Yeah, I think
It was in plants that they were bringing.
I'm
decorative
pretty
plants.
sure Fauci made them.
Wow. They're pretty cool looking. Maybe they can vaccinate us that way. Genetically engineer mosquitoes to run
Just a
around
complete
vaccinating
nuisance.
people.
They would do this thing in my old place. We used to like we'd have like there's like a sliding glass door. And we'd have just like the screen open, and it was like in the weeks where it was bad. Every 10 minutes you'd look over there, and there's like 4 of them on there. And then you'd hit the screen, and they kind of fly off, but then they just fly right back. And if you like left the room and came back, you'd come back and there's 50 of them like on your screen. It's just gross.
Ugh.
Yeah, not fun.
I'm a real chick when it comes to bugs and creepy things.
You're
Fucking-
normal.
Yeah.
People who like bugs are weird.
They are weird.
Yeah. People keep bugs in their house. Like, that's a tarantula. I'm gonna feed it a mouse. Fucking psychopath.
Oh yeah,
What's wrong with you?
anything icky is not my thing. So I went home with a girl years ago from a diner.
Turns out she was a tarantula.
She was a tarantula. No, it was weird pets, and the final straw where I left. We didn't hook up because when she was like, oh, you got to let my albino rat crawl on you. And I was like, I'm just going to go. Like, this is not worth it.
I had a buddy who hooked up with this girl, and she had a crocodile monitor. She had a crocodile monitor in her house. It's a pet. You can keep it as a pet.
Wait, what is it?
It's a crocodile monitor. It's the creepiest looking lizard that you could buy from an exotic pet store. You can buy them. You can have that. This girl apparently had that. And he was like, yo, red flag.
Yeah, she brought some opportunities who had an iguana that I hated.
This lady thought she was on Games of Thrones. She had her own dragon.
You said you watched that Chimp Crazy thing.
Yeah.
It's lonely old women who can throw heartfelt emotion into anything in the world.
Yeah, women are caregivers.
What is
A lot of women are.
they get chimps?
They wanted to keep these chimps and raise them. This fucking chimp attacked her friend, tore her face off.
Oh, was that the
She's-
911 call?
Yeah.
The documentary's not about that lady, but they talk about that
Oh
situation.
my god, that
And
one is
then
horrifying.
The point is that lady got a chimp after that.
Another
She
one.
missed having her chimp. Even
They're cool.
It got murdered.
I went to that the Doc Annals place down in Myrtle Beach with my son. It's like one of the, it was in the Tiger
King. Yeah.
King documentary.
Yeah.
But they used to have tigers. They had like the baby tigers, which was awesome. But they had like chimps that came out, and they had like it was a really really cool experience.
Hutus, they had some Hutus and what
Super
Tutsis.
educational. Yeah.
No, it was definitely they were torturing these animals, but it was definitely worth the $500 just to get in.
Nice.
They castrate those chimps too. Most of them. That one in Connecticut though they didn't.
The mind blowing thing was
Was that part of why he like?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Right,
they're
woman's
way
face
more
up?
aggressive than castrate. I had the guys on. The guys who made the documentary
Oh,
or the show.
that Chimp Crazy thing. I was blown away actually by how much. I mean, like, she made them weirdly self-sufficient on something. When she throw McNuggets,
Mm-hmm.
it wasn't they open the McNuggets, then they throw them. She goes, "Oh, and here's your sauce, like a sweet and sour sauce." And the monkey knows how to go like rip the lid off and like dip. It's
Yeah, no,
pretty
they
wacky.
weren't dipping it though. I kept asking them, look, did they dip? Like, why didn't you show that they dipped? Like, they just drank that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a weird line there. It's like if they dip, you're almost like maybe they deserve rights. I don't know. Like if you go, I'm not gonna have a dry nugget. I'm not
They
like some
crack
barbecue
sodas and
Yeah.
drink them.
Yep.
They don't just like bite the top off of
yeah.
like
They
a
listen
soda.
to things too. She could say, grab that paper, and they'll grab the paper, give it back to her, give her the garbage when she give me McNuggets and shit. But she has to keep him in a cage because he's a male. He's a grown male, and they'll just go crazy and just rip your face off. And there's nothing you can do about it.
They
You
were
can
giving
guess
that
what a
chimps. They
person
were giving Kool-Aid at Doc Annals' place. They were like,
Yeah.
they were chugging the Kool-Aid. These chimps.
Oh,
They were
yeah.
fucking. They loved it. And they were really scared. Dude. They came down. And they were like,
you weren't at all, but I just thought you were about to make a really racist joke. Like I
no,
was just
no,
preparing
I'm being
for it.
real.
Like,
I'm 100%.
like they love Kool-Aid. Like easy, Lewis. Come on, man.
No, but like they came down and they were just so like kind of like walking around us. They were full, so they were like 6 feet tall. It was fucking, dude.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, they were. They could.
So they were full-grown chimps.
They were full-grown chimps, and they just felt at any moment that they could just lose their shit and just take over.
If they just wanted to at any moment, they could just attack you. And that's what. You ever see that one where the guy was like with his bear? He had a trained bear. He had this guy stand still. The guy just stands still, and the bear just decides to rip his neck off just out of nowhere.
I know. I'm thinking of the one. Was that the one on
You have
a
a
TV show?
joke about it,
That was
right,
a-
Joe?
it was a
Back
big-
in the day.
Yeah, but that's a different one. That's a different one.
that's
That's
a
the
great
karate. The guy
Karate,
karate.
yeah.
This is different. This is a guy who's just standing there, and it's a bear that was in a bunch of movies. It was a bear that was like a trained bear, and this bear out of nowhere just decides to rip this guy's throat apart.
What kind of bear?
Prison.
Okay, those are the. Because what do I got in Jersey by me? It's the
Black bears.
black bears.
Black bears.
They're
They
not as.
still kill people.
Oh yeah.
They
No,
also
they're
look
terrifying.
Kool-Aid.
They killed a kid at Rutgers.
It is
Is
so
that-
funny.
is that
Yeah.
When someone has to scream though, like the name they give like chimpanzees and stuff, like Mr. Mins,
He's biting her fingers off.
Well, it's a funny thing because especially like little kids, like they all of their like stories and shows, and it's all like nature personified and things like that. Like I remember like my daughter when she was like 3 asking me why like bugs are running away from her. Like she's like, why is the spider running away or whatever it is? It's like,
"Oh,
oh,
honey."
it's like, well, you know, he thinks you're going to kill it because you might actually kill it. But then you almost, bears, especially the young ones, look so fucking cute.
Mhm.
Like you just look at them and
If
you're
you
like,
see
oh my
a bear
God.
cub, you're dead already.
Tiger cubs
That's
are
it.
cute. It's
It is
nature's dirty
yeah.
trick.
It is the awful thing of it. That's the problem with like they said about like having chimpanzees as pets is like for a while it's totally fine, and then one day it's just not. And that one that ripped the lady's face off. Did you see like that video? They show a video of like they should have known this was going to happen because a kid one time picked up a shoe off the floor that like the monkey wanted, and he goes over and he's coming after him. It looks a little aggressive, but it's still like he's not that big, so it doesn't look that scary. But then when he just makes a move like to grab at the shirt and whatever, and you see the kid like almost falls over, he's like, whoa, 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 and they have to like all kind of jump in front of the monkey, like, over something he's unaware. The guy didn't know he did wrong. He just grabbed the shoe off the floor, and the monkey wanted that shoe and didn't know how to tell him.
And he just decided to beat the fuck out of that little kid, and it doesn't have anything wrong with it.
Right? That's what they do. They
bite your fingers off.
Yeah, they tear your genitals off so you can't procreate anymore.
They'll bite your feet off. Yeah, really crazy.
Don't keep them as
you know what they
pets.
don't do? They don't kill people. Isn't that crazy? They just maim you. They just rip you apart. That's what's really nuts.
They don't. They
No,
won't
they don't kill
you
people. They don't kill people. There's very few instances of chimpanzees killing people. They kill. These guys were saying they kill people like as far as like little kids get snatched up in Africa. You know, like if you're a child or a baby and you're near like, aggressive, hungry chimpanzees, you leave the kid alone. They'll steal your kid. There's been instances of them stealing kids. Yeah. Well, they eat monkeys all the time.
That I've seen videos of, which is insane. I think I saw you playing it on the show.
Chimps eating monkeys.
But chimps eating monkeys is like dark.
Well,
The
they
way
didn't
they do
know.
it.
They didn't know that the lad bro went into the woods and he started filming. And then he got this footage of these chimps setting up an ambush on these monkeys. And they rip them apart while they're alive.
Yeah, they
So
torture
he's
them
like,
to death.
got them alive, and he's just eating them fucking dick first, just pulling chunks of meat off of them. And they're ripping arms off and handing it to their friends. And you see the
It's just because we're so related to them, it's so much more gruesome. But like, I watch like Nature's Metal. It's a great follow on Instagram, and I watched a lion like eat a baby out of an antelope's stomach and like just swallow it like a pill. You're like, oh, that's awesome.
Horrible. Komodo dragons are the scariest. They swallow it and all. Take a whole show.
All four legs are hanging out of the mouth still. Yeah.
And no animals have. There's not a lot of emotion in their faces of those too, like especially lizards. So like they eat a whole goat and then they're just like, it's like on the next thing.
No highs, no lows.
Yeah. You see like a bird even too. Dude, you just ate a fucking goat. Like,
watching a bird eat a mammal is just one of the weird. It just doesn't look like it should happen. Right. So like it's be like a bird, or like maybe like a seabird, it'd be like a seagull, and like pick up a squirrel and just
rats. They kill rats all the time. They eat them, swallow them whole. There's crazy videos of seagulls swallowing rats whole.
All right, we got to bring the seagulls into Manhattan. We'll figure out the seagull problem now.
Seagulls are going to eat your cat. They're going to eat everything. They run out of rats, but they won't. But that's one of the reasons why the Hollywood Hills aren't filled with rats. It's because of coyotes.
Right.
The more coyotes there are, the less rats.
We one time in I think actually it was the last time that we all did your show together. The three of us did it, and it was back when you were in LA, and I was staying in some Airbnb out in the hills, and me and my wife heard. We were literally sleeping at night, and we heard, I believe, coyotes attacking a dog. And it was like the saddest thing to hear, because you hear them like come up, and then it's like 30 seconds of the dog like, and my wife loves dogs. She was like crying, and she's like, we have to do something, and I was like, we will be doing nothing but letting this happen.
Can't do it. It's already too late.
That's pitch black outside. I was going to go out there with a lantern and be like, get out of here.
What a pussy.
They usually don't kill people. The last time a coyote killed a person on record was there's a Canadian folk singer. She lived in a part of Canada where the coyotes had started eating moose because they were running out of things to eat, and they realized that if they bite on moose's legs, especially like young mooses, they could take them out, and then they could eat them and kill them. So they were going after things. They were accustomed to going after things larger than them.
So they started to learn.
They killed this lady.
Wow. And we know female folk singers, they are big.
I don't know if she was big. I don't think she was, in fact. I think she was pretty small.
It might have been an honest mistake. They thought it was a moose. Like, we're used to this.
And that's how much folk music sucks.
Or they don't give a fuck about you. It's more likely. You live in a place where there's actual bears. Like, New Jersey's so bad that the mayor ran on a platform of having bears, the bear hunting be removed. And then once he was in office, he was like, fuck that, start hunting them again.
Yeah.
Because there's so many human-bear interact. New Jersey has more bears per capita than anywhere in the lower 48.
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, New Jersey.
New Jersey's got a lot of bears. Yeah, we got a lot of
Mountains.
crazy wildlife.
Why?
because the thing
People
is,
forget about was it Ramapo Mountains? Like it's It's rural as shit.
Rural as shit,
Well,
man.
Jersey
Yeah,
is
New York as
called
well.
the Garden State,
Yeah.
but everyone, when they think of Jersey, they think of Newark and Camden.
Or Jersey
and
Shore became
yeah.
so big that when you
Yeah.
say Jersey now, you're imagining
think
the
of that.
dyed hair and the fucking fist bumping
But
guys.
most of New Jersey
Beautiful.
is not anything like that. It's just mountains and woods
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
you
A
know.
lot of
mountain
hunting in
people.
Jersey.
Yeah, there's like rednecks in New Jersey.
Oh yeah,
Did you ever
Yeah.
see the movie Out of the Furnace? Like explores that. It was Christian Bale, Casey Affleck, Willem Dafoe. And,
Oh,
it's like-
really?
and Woody Harrelson played the character of like those like mountain people, like just meth trade, cousin fucking. It's like it's really like they make it like a weird place.
was that in
Weird spot,
Pennsylvania or in
No,
Jersey?
it's Jersey. It's Jersey side. It's actually on the border of it says Ramapo Mountains, I think. Yeah.
Jim Miller, UFC fighter, lives in New Jersey,
Yep.
in like the woods.
Yep.
He lives
Yeah.
in Sparta, New Jersey.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Hard.
You would think, dude, everybody thinks smog stacks. And,
Yeah.
they think it's the smell.
Well, it's like the same way people think of Pennsylvania, they think of Philly and Pittsburgh and shit, but most of Pennsylvania is not, they're not producing Jay Okersons out there. They're
No.
making like, it's you, but you just went in the lumberjack direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's me with the dad that stuck around and really told me how the world worked.
That's where the world gets dark, right? You get born into a spot where there's fucking no way out of here.
Yeah.
You know? You get stuck in the coal mines of West Virginia and you're like, shit. Like, how do I
That's why
get
big
out of
cities
here?
like are good because if you live in a big city, there's like people are dreaming and shit. If you're like in the middle of nowhere, it's like
Well, even if you're in the suburb of a big city, like if you're in kind of nowhere, but there's a half-hour bus
Yeah.
to like a city
Yeah,
where
yeah.
something's happening. But there's people. I remember talking to Jeff Dice, who's a really brilliant dude. He was Ron Paul's like chief of staff for years. But so where Ron Paul is, it's like 2 hours south of Houston. Lake Jackson, I think, was the name of his district. And he was telling me, he was like, dude, there's nothing here. Like, there's no like. If you're a kid coming up here, it's like, I don't know, we got an Arby's and we got like some, and that's where so many of those kids joined the military because that's like the only thing
Or
you could do.
Juggalo.
Or you could, or there's one other option, oft overlooked option, become a juggalo.
Or join a cult. That's how you get someone in a cult. It's the best option available. Like, hey, did you guys travel? Can I be a missionary? I'm gonna go to Brazil. Fuck it.
He doesn't stop. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Let's wrap
My
this
eyes
up.
are gonna pop out.
We're like 3.5 hours in.
Oh, wow.
Boys, this was a lot of fun.
Dude, you're the man,
Good
Joe.
times.
You're the
Good
best.
times. Thank you. Really believe what I said about Skankfest. It's very important. What you guys are doing is very important. I
Thank
know
you.
it seems like fun. It is fun, I'm sure.
Very
But
fun.
you need things out there that are genuinely open and free and pushing the boundaries of comedy. And Skankfest is a great place for that. So it's important. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you
And
so much.
there's a live stream event. Tell everybody
yeah,
about
you
this.
guys, you still get the passes for Sunday, I believe. There might be a handful of Fridays left, but we're live streaming it as well. If you guys can't be there live in Las Vegas this weekend, September 27th to 29th, so go to skankfest.com. There's a bunch of events you could actually watch live as we stream them. And we're just pumped. Thank you.
Get your liver detox pills ready, you fucking animals.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
going to party like we've never done before.
Liposomal glutathione. Get that. You're going to need that. All right. Gentlemen, appreciate you. Always fun. Good
Thank you,
times.
man.
You're the man, John.
You're the man.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. What's happening?
Hey, great to be back. Thanks for having me.
Your movie is really funny. It's really funny. By myself, laughing out loud, hysterically too. I watched it in the sauna. I watched it in the gym. I watched it. It's one of the best comedies I've seen in a long time. There's so many moments in it that are so uncomfortable.
That means a lot. We appreciate that. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for.
The Robin D'Angelo one, where you gave that guy money for reparations and you got her. She thought it was uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was kind of. We had the idea for the film to talk about race. We knew we needed to get Robin D'Angelo. I didn't think we'd get her because I figured she'd be a lot more
cautious.
Yeah.
Savvy and cautious. But apparently she doesn't. She has no idea what's happening outside of her bubble at all. So she didn't know who I was. I mean, I gave her my name, and she had no clue. So, but we kind of went into that knowing what the end was supposed to be. If we could get her, we came up with that idea. We went to a bar the night before the interview, and we came up with this idea: could we get her to actually pay reparations to ban our black producer? And we had to kind of talk him into it. And, it was really just like, in real time, I was there for about 2 hours. And it was an hour and a half of the most mind-numbing conversation where I'm just, none of that's in the movie because it's just me, like, fluff question. And I'm repeating back to her own ideas so she knows that I'm a safe person.
Right.
It's a safe space. And then you got to build to it and build to it and build to it. And then finally you get to a point where you can do something a little weird. And she'll probably go along with it. And she did. I mean, you saw we go through we have a whole series of exercises we want to do with her. And she did it. She was game. So that was one of the first things we filmed. So after we got that, we have a movie here.
I feel like you got your money's worth with her, seeing as it's $15,000. But I feel like you got robbed by the lady that got upset about the mascot. 50 grand. You barely got anything out of her.
Yeah, that was part of the point of the movie is that's why we put the price tags on the screen. We want people to see how absurd it is. So in a certain way, it was like the higher they quoted the price, we said, great, we'll pay that because we want this in the movie,
right?
Because if all these people had said, oh yeah, I'll do it for free or I'll do it for $200, just pay my travel, doesn't really make the point,
right?
But they all were quoting exorbitant prices, and she was the most
$50,000.
And then she basically said almost nothing, but it was okay.
No one ever found out who the identity of the mascot is.
No, I don't think so.
It would have been hilarious if it was a person who called.
Well, it almost certainly was. It almost certainly was because if it was a white guy,
they would have thrown him under the bus.
Yeah, they would have. So the fact that they didn't. It's probably some like Hispanic kid or something.
You gotta imagine you can't see real good with that fucking costume. You ever put a mascot costume on?
I haven't, but I can tell that there's little eye slits. You can't even see what's below you.
Exactly.
And that's why,
Duncan and I did a whole podcast where we pretended to be furries. We lasted. We every podcast we do, we dress up. We dress up like Star Wars people or whatever, spaceship people. We did a podcast as furries. We kept the helmets on for maybe 5 minutes. We're like, I can't fucking do it. We both took it off. Like, props to the furries. You could run around with this thing on. This is hard to do. Like, you can't see shit. You can't breathe. So the idea that he missed those kids is
the furries are doing a lot more than running around in those things too. So that's good.
Yeah. I think they designed special ones for that.
Yeah, I don't even want to know, but
like a hatch.
But it's actually a perfect example of what these people do. These race hustlers that. Something happened. It was a little bit unpleasant.
Yes.
Not a big deal. There's a million ways to interpret that. It's just a normal human thing that happens in the world. Like things happen that are a little bit unpleasant. You're disappointed. Your kid didn't get a high five. Okay, it happens. But for them, they have one lens for seeing the world, and the lens is through this left-wing racial ideology. So everything that happens is colored by that.
Right.
And everything is understood through that lens. So anything, I mean, you think about Michelle Obama, when she was first lady, she had multiple stories that she would tell about as first lady being discriminated against because of her race, allegedly. And one of them was she was in line for ice cream or something, and someone cut in front of her. And she told this story in some interview, this very dramatic story about, well, they didn't see her because she's black. And meanwhile, it's like we've all been cut. People have cut in front of all of us. It's just that if it happens to me at Walmart, I don't think of it racially. I just think, well, this person's an asshole.
Exactly.
But for her, it's all racial. So
that's a crazy one to say that someone cutting in front of you, a selfish act, is somehow racist. Just because that's like looking for racism everywhere. Right. That kind of situation is so normal. It's so normal that some dick cuts in front of you.
Right, exactly. It's an unpleasant thing that happens to all people, and if you're not in the kind of race hustler bubble, you don't see it that way. But
it's interesting that nobody wants to call that out. Nobody wants to be reasonable. Nobody wants to say, well, is that like you just say, oh wow, you have to listen to it. That's part of the problem. Like, you can't say, "Are you sure that's racist?" Because then you're a racist apologist, and then you're racist by proxy.
Yeah, and how do you know? So how do you know what's in that other person's mind? How can you ascribe motives to them? This it drives me nuts that this is what we do now. Where if someone does something or says something, someone else is offended by it. That person who's offended gets to decide what the intent was behind the other person's action. To the extent that if the other person says, no, this was my intention, I'll tell you what it was. They don't get to have a say in the intentions behind their own actions. They are suddenly not authorities in their own behavior.
Exactly.
This other person who was the offended party gets to inform you what you meant by that thing, which is really what the movie's called "Am I Racist?" But in reality, there's only one person who can answer whether you're a racist person, and that's you. And if you don't think that you're racist, then you aren't, because racism is a thought process, and if it's not in your head, then you're not racist. You might have stereotypical views about people of other races. Everybody does to some extent. You might think things that are even insulting about people of other races, but it's not racist, because racist means you hate people of other races or you think they're inferior to you.
Right.
But you could be not a racist person and think that whatever, Asians are bad drivers. You could think that stereotype is true. Whether it's true or not, you just happen to think that that's a true thing about this group. Doesn't mean you hate them. Doesn't mean that you think that they're inferior. It's just,
you can say frat boys are annoying and not hate men.
Exactly.
Yeah. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people, the good and the bad. Don't keep it all bottled up. And sometimes that can be friends or family, but it also helps to talk to pros. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy that's totally online, which makes it so easy to get started. You just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Scan to get started or visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. Do you know the right window treatments aren't just about privacy? They could actually save you some serious cash on your energy bills too. But is it really worth the hassle? It's a lot of waiting for some pushy salesperson to come to your house with an overpriced quote. Sucks, right? Well, say goodbye to all that nonsense, because Blinds.com has revolutionized the game. Blinds.com lets you do a virtual consultation with their award-winning design experts whenever you have time. No pushy sales rep in your home. Just hop online and Blinds.com will send free samples right to your door. How cool is that? Whether you're a do-it-yourself beast or you prefer professional installation, Blinds.com has you covered. And guess what? You can get your entire house done for one low price. No hidden fees, no showroom markups. What you see is what you pay. Now, I get it. Ordering online can be sketchy, but not with Blinds.com. They've covered more than 25 million windows, and they've got a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Blinds.com is hooking up my listeners with an exclusive $50 off when you spend $500 or more. Just use the code Rogan at checkout at Blinds.com. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code Rogan. Limited time offer. Rules and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Exactly. And most of the time, these stereotypes, they didn't just fall out of the sky. Like, they're grounded in something.
If they did, no one would make any sense.
And nobody would be offended. That's the thing. Nobody would be offended by a stereotype that really was not true at all.
Right.
You're only offended because it rings true at least a little bit, because otherwise it would just be
exactly
absurd. Which is why when you get, in the movie we go, there's a section where we go kind of outside this bubble, and we go down and we talk to bikers at a biker bar in the South. We talk to the poor black community in New Orleans. And the only reason we did that was just, well, let's find people who are not, they probably didn't go to college, so they didn't get brainwashed there. They're not getting the corporate DEI seminars. They're not reading Rabbi or any of these people. What do they think about stuff? Are they worried about systemic racism? Do they see everything as racist all the time? And what we found is no, they're just not even thinking. They don't even speak that language. When you say the term systemic racism to them, they say, well, what do you mean by that? What is that?
Well, this was something that like people were always concerned about people being racist, but there's something that happened in this country somewhere around 2012-ish where things really, really ramped up, and it just became much more of a subject that was like constantly around, worrying about racial bias, and it ramped up, right? It ramped up to you get to the point where you do have some of these race hustlers that are saying everyone's racist. You must confront your unconscious bias. And you're just constantly hearing about it. So
I think you're right that it was around 2012. BLM came into formation in 2013. I think that was the Trayvon Martin thing. And it's not a coincidence that it seemed like race relations in this country were improving decade after decade. They weren't perfect, but it seemed like they were pretty good.
Much better than the 60s.
Yeah, the 90s. I grew up in the 90s. It was not perfect, but I grew up in a diverse area. I went to public school. A lot of people, different ethnicities and races. We weren't talking about racism all the time. It was basically fine. And then something happened in the middle part of the first decade of the 2000s where it seemed like things started backsliding, and that's right at the time when Barack Obama was elected. And that's not a coincidence. I think a lot of people have noticed that it's odd that we had a black president, and then all of a sudden now we're having race riots again. And I think the reason is that when you elect a black president, I didn't like Obama. I didn't vote for him. I think his policies are terrible. But you would think that at least one positive you could draw from that is that, well, at least that means that systemic racism is not a problem in this country anymore. I mean, if a black guy could rise to the top of the system and run it, then clearly the system is not racist against black people. And in fact, was overwhelmingly voted into that position by Americans, which is true. So that is evidence that America isn't systemically racist against black people. But the race hustlers don't want us to draw that conclusion. They're worried that we'll look at Obama as president and say, okay, well, racism isn't a big issue anymore. And that's a problem for them because there's a lot of power, money, and influence to be found in the racism narrative. So they had to kind of like double up on their efforts to convince us that America is actually racist, which is why during Obama's term, that's when we started getting all these race hoaxes and the race riots and BLM. That's when things like people started talking about microaggressions and all this kind of nonsense, because they needed to tell us that, you might think that this issue is kind of solved now, but it's not. Racism is actually worse than you ever imagined. It's lurking everywhere. And now we're at a point, and then not long after that, they started tearing down Confederate Civil War monuments and stuff that's been there for like 100 years, which was always weird because 100 years ago, people could, walk by a Robert E. Lee monument and not care. It wasn't a big deal to them, black or white. Now, all of a sudden, it's a bigger deal to us than it was to people whose like parents fought. They had grandparents who fought in the Civil War, died in the Civil War. They were okay with it. And yet for us, the wounds of the Civil War are fresher or more raw for us than they were for people a century ago? It makes no sense. How are we less able to be objective and non-emotional about the Civil War than people who had family members? I mean, ex-slaves were still living back then.
Well, I think it's because it's just like a religious ideology. Like when the Taliban started blowing up those ancient statues of Buddhas. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Because they destroyed things that were a part of human history that we would have studied for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Destroyed them because they didn't go along with their religious ideology. And I think part of the woke thing is this religious ideology that has to be followed. And you cannot stray from the lines. You have to stay inside whatever this ideology is promoting and telling you what to do. And one of the things was that you had to take down all these statues of terrible people. And I remember Trump saying at the time, well, the problem with that is eventually they're going to take down George Washington. And everybody thought he was crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. But once they got past Civil War people, then they got to who owned slaves. And then they got to they wanted to take down statues of Thomas Jefferson, and eventually did get to George Washington.
Yeah, and it was always going to go that way because George Washington, the founding fathers owned slaves. Not only that, but they were rebels, rebelling against governmental authority. And if they had lost, then they all would have been hanged as traitors, and that's how they'd be remembered. Thankfully, they didn't. But so it's not that far of a leap to go from one to the other. Of course, the issue is that everybody who lived on Earth certainly prior to 100 years ago, is racist by our standards today. Every single one.
Right.
There was no one who lived on Earth 100 years ago who we would not consider racist anywhere of any race. If you go back 200 years or earlier than that, almost everybody either owned slaves or was okay with slavery as an institution. You go back 500 years, and there was nobody on the planet who considered slavery to be wrong fundamentally. They might have had issues with how slaves are treated in some context, but it took like thousands of years for it to ever even occur to a single human on Earth that slavery is actually fundamentally wrong, which is a crazy thing. And that's actually an interesting thing you could talk about and think about, like, why is that? How could it be that it's so obvious to us, but some of the greatest minds of history, they never thought of it? But we can't talk about that because we have to talk about slavery and racism as if they're exclusively white Western phenomena.
Well, I've had friends that have a different perspective on the Obama situation. And my friend Willie was talking to me about this, and he was saying that what happened was when one thing that we can be sure of is that racists are real. There are real racists in this country. There's real anti-black racists, anti-Asian racists. There's certain people that have hateful ideology in this country, just in a certain percentage of them in the world. Those are real. And when Obama became president, those people became more emboldened. And he said that he saw a lot more of that online, a lot more attacks, especially in uncensored online forums like 4chan and places where you can kind of get away with saying whatever the fuck you want. He said he saw a lot more of that on the streets. And he said this is probably why he believed Michelle Obama didn't want to run for president, because she experienced so much of that hate while they're in the White House. Forget about hate for their policies and what you think about them as president and vice and first lady, but the racism hate. So his perspective as a black guy was like, you had to be a black person to realize how angry people were that there was a black guy who was president, because that was real too. It was real that racism in American racial relations in America had changed radically since the 1960s, certainly since the 1920s and 30s. And over the years, has kept getting better. But in his mind, there was something that happened where when Barack Obama got into the White House, that the real hardcore racists got very vocal, and he experienced it. And I think this is akin in some ways to what's going on with anti-Semitism online. Because I think there's always been a certain amount of people in this country and the world that are like deeply anti-Semitic. And they just don't like Jews. And when something happens where all of a sudden now it's okay to criticize Jews because of Israel's position in Gaza and what they've done, now you see anti-Semitism just pop out of the woodwork. I think there's something like that where people feel emboldened to talk about things. So like, maybe we just don't have an accurate account of how fucked up some people are. But the general population, and whether you're conservative or whether you're liberal, everybody kind of agrees that racism is a stupid thing. There's amazing people of all ethnicities and colors, and you should judge people, like Martin Luther King said, by the content of their character. We all agree with that. But there's a certain amount of people that are always going to be racist. But when you start looking for it everywhere and saying everything is racist, first of all, it's an insult to real racism. It's an insult to the people that are the victims of real racism. When you consider microaggressions or cutting in line in front of you to get ice cream, there's people that are real victims of racism. And pretending that everything is racist just minimizes that, and in fact probably makes more people racist. It's going to make a bunch of dumb liberals like drop to their knees or give you money for reparations, but it's going to make a bunch of other people really resentful. And it just polarizes us and drives people further and further apart.
Yeah,
It's just genuinely stupid.
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and I think that's true. What he said about. I'm sure that when there's a black president, that we know there are real racists out there. There are anti-black racists, there are anti-white racists, but they're out there. And social media was also really coming online around that time, so people had a forum to express this kind of stuff.
And anonymously.
And so, yeah, those people come out of the woodwork. I'm sure that did happen. I don't deny that. The difference, though, is that that kind of racism is personal and individual. It's not systemic. It's not in the system.
Right.
And also, it's absolutely rejected by society. It's absolutely rejected by polite society. So there's a reason why they have to go to 4chan or whatever to express those views, because you can't come out in public and say it. If you do, it'll be like the end of whatever your career is. It's probably the end of it. And that's the most you're gonna. When it comes, as you said, there's never going to be a time when there's no racist in the world. So the most you can do is, okay, we're not going to have this stuff systemically. The system's going to treat everybody equally. Great. We crossed that off the list. We've already done that. Actually, we've gone too far because you got affirmative action where now you're discriminating against white and Asian people. But so anti-black racism is out of the system. Fantastic. That's good. It's not accepted by mainstream society. Right. And then, so that's kind of it. I mean, what else can we do with this? You can't get inside people's hearts and make them not feel things. Those people are going to be out there. They know that it's not accepted in mainstream society. And I kind of think you can sort of move on from it culturally to other issues. It's not a major issue anymore. But they won't allow it. And you're right that then it's got this pendulum thing where, okay, well, if you go after white people and you demonize them relentlessly, and you do it practically from birth now through the school system, some of those white people are going to end up being stricken by guilt, and they're going to walk around feeling like they're guilty for something. That's the white guilt liberal thing. But then you're going to have others who kind of become exactly what you accuse them of being, because they're like, oh, you know what? If you're going to call me racist anyway, then, fine. And there's going to resentment that builds up, and you actually create more of it, which I think they're happy about. If actual racism is increasing in society, I don't know if it is or not, but I think the people that call themselves anti-racist are quite happy with it.
Well, business is booming. But the other thing is, like, think about Robin DiAngelo, who you said just lives in her own bubble and really didn't know who you were and didn't catch on at any point in time that any of this stuff was ridiculous. Like, these people, if that's all you think about and that's all you come, like, I have friends that live in California, and every now and then I'll talk to them, and some politics issue will come up, and they give me this fucking CNBC, they give me this MSNBC, this fucking propaganda viewpoint on something that's so wrong, and I just go, okay, I can't. Like, you're in your bubble. There's no real discourse. There's no real. There's no discussions about whether or not what these people are saying is correct. It's just you're a part of this tribe, and this is what you believe. And I think that's the case with these anti-racist people too. They might not. Some of them might be like just hardcore grifters. Like, they could be playing 3-card money, or they could just get corporations to give them money by saying that everybody's racist. There's some people that are definitely like that. But there's other people that are just, that's their friend group. Like, that's their social circle. Their social circles, all people believe this stupid shit. And they all yap it to each other, and they say it like it's a mantra, and they pray 5 times a day with it. It's really like a religious thing.
I think it is I think you're exactly right about that. That's why for me, so the grifters that are getting paid, that's not that complicated to figure out why I'm doing it. They're getting paid.
A lot of them.
A lot of them are. And even when they're not, there's still power and influence, and they're being consulted as kind of these moral gurus, which is very, it strokes the ego. So
100%.
That's rewarding. So the more interesting thing is, what about the people who go to those people and consult them as moral gurus? I mean, in the movie we have this Race to Dinner, where you got these white women who sit around a table and they invite these other 2 women, Syra Rao and Regina Jackson, to come to dinner. They pay them to come to dinner and call them racist for 2 hours. And it's like, why would you subject yourself to that. It seems like the most miserable experience to volunteer to be broken down and insulted and degraded, which is what happened to these women. I mean, I saw it. There was like 2 hours of them just getting, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They had to go around the table, confess their racist sins, and then they each go and they say what their racist sin, like what's a racist thing you've done recently. They all confess. And I'm listening to it. It's like, none of you have actually done anything racist. I listened to all your stories. None of that is racist. There's a woman who said that she's married to a black guy, and he's loud, and she tells him to quiet down sometimes. What wife has not said that to their husband? So,
Exactly.
I
get that once a month.
Right. So what do
I
they?
think my wife is racist.
She could be.
She could be
Sexist,
against me.
yeah.
She's sexist against me.
So what are they? What are they getting out of it?
Well, they're getting out of it. First of all, they're terrified of being called racist, so they jump the gun. So they headed off at the path. Like, I'm going to make sure I'm not racist. So I'm going to become an anti-racist. You know, I talked about this before, but when my kids were young, like my youngest was pretty young when they started doing this anti-racism thing at the school, where they said it's not enough to be not racist. This is actually right after we left. So it's right after like the George Floyd things popped up. They said it's not good enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. You're talking about some of these kids in that school are 6. Like, what are you saying?
It's not enough.
What are you saying? You saying a 6-year-old has to be an anti-racist? Can't they just play with their toys? Can't they just go to the park and hang out with their friends? Can't they just play sports? Can't they just enjoy each other? 6-year-olds don't give a fuck what color somebody is. They don't. They all just play together. They just want to play with the people who are nice to them and who they have fun with and laugh with. And here you've got some fucking grifter who latches themselves onto some school system that's filled with all these terrified liberals that are just terrified of being called out for anything. And then all the rules are changing and everybody's like, oh! And so they bend the knee. They bend the knee.
And it's with kids, it's so insidious because kids don't care about race. They notice it though, which is fine. But then you give them like this complex from such a young age, which is so unnecessary. And that's why, I remember when my oldest daughter was 5, we were at the mall or something, and a black family walked by, and she pointed at them and said, "Why are people black? Like, why is their skin like that?" She wanted to know why does skin color exist? Like, how do some people have different skin color than other people? And of course, I told her, well, to be polite, we don't point at people in public. So I told her that. But then we talked about it. It's okay to wonder that. It's okay to notice that. I think with these anti-racist people, if I was listening to them, I should have. This would have been an opportunity for me to give her a whole lecture about racism and make her feel really bad for noticing that and asking about it.
Yeah.
And then you create this complex. And fast forward 20 years, and she's one of these women at a race to dinner.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's awful, but it's a very potent thing. I mean, white guilt, the fear of being called racist. It's hard for me to understand because, I get called racist all the time, 50,000 times a day, and it just rolls off my back. I don't care because it
doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything, but for you and I, it doesn't mean anything. But for a lot of normal people, especially,
it's a death sentence.
Right, to be called that. It's like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
They're terrified of it. They literally rather be called anything than racist.
Yeah.
And then, so for them, those kinds of people, when that's the threat, when being called racist is a threat, you can get them to do anything.
Yeah.
And I don't, spoilers or whatever, but in the movie, the last thing in the movie, when I do my own anti-racist workshop with these people, and they're all real people, and we get them to join in on some things that are really like morally repugnant, because they're terrified of being called racist publicly. They can't stand that thought.
And the other thing that happens with kids is if you have a thing like you're telling the kid they have to be anti-racist, Well, some kids are going to use that as a platform to increase, whatever social credit that they have, and they get feedback from it. It's positive feedback, and they get very vocal, and the more vocal, the more people are impressed, and the more work they do, the more people go, you're doing great work. And then you get what's essentially like the racial version of Greta Thunberg. Like, what is that lady? That lady's moral outrage. And what have you done? How dare you? And everybody's like, yes, we like what you just did. And so now you do it all the time. And so now somehow or another, a 16-year-old kid travels all over the world telling everybody they're bad, flying around in jets, telling everybody they're bad for ruining the environment. Like,
And she gets to feel
morally superior, virtuous. And for a child to be in a position where they become virtuous is, they love that. They love that.
to be in a position where they can lecture adults,
Yes.
where adults are looking to them as authorities.
Yes. College kids love to do that. The moment they're out of their house, the moment they don't have their parents telling them what to do anymore, now they can tell other people what to do. And it's just like, it's one thing that you see online from people who have been bullied in the past. People that have been picked on and fucked with, boy, they like to do it to people, like online on Twitter mobs. They like to jump in. And I know a lot of people I've known a lot of people that have engaged in these things. I know them personally. These feeble, weak, terrified men. And they say the most heinous things about people, like uncharitable, not knowing like what kind of response these words are going to have in that person. And they bully these people because they've been hurt. It's that hurt people thing. That's what it is. But they don't think it's they don't think it's as bad as bullying, like in real life. Bullying is terrible. You're going to hit somebody? How dare you, you fucking monster. But you're emotionally scarring people online every day, and you think you're doing it through this. It's like one of the things, Elon's talked about this, that one of the things that woke does, it allows really mean, this ideology allows really mean, shitty people to have a virtuous way of expressing that.
Yeah, I think that's right. And also the internet. I mean, the whole idea that the internet isn't real. We hear it all the time. That's why I hate when people say that Twitter isn't real life. And I understand what's meant by that when people say that, but it actually is real life because these are human beings who are communicating with each other. Now there are bots too, but if you're a human being on Twitter saying something, that's real life. It's not fake. This isn't happening in some kind of dream world.
Right.
But then people think that, well, okay, if I just say this on Twitter, I put it in a YouTube comment section, and it's this heinous, awful thing, it doesn't count. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person because it's not real life. Which is that's like writing on a loose leaf paper, calling someone a piece of shit and handing it to them, and then they get mad at you, and you say, hey man, it's the paper. It's not real life. Like it just happened on the paper. It's a method for communicating, yes. And so I think people have been conditioned that in this world, it's like a moral exception. So you can do and say whatever you want, and you don't have to feel bad about it.
Right.
And it turns people into sociopaths.
I think it does too. And I also think it ramps up anxiety in a huge way for the people that are actually engaging in it. The people that actually do it, I think they're just fully anxious all day long. And I think it's terrible for mental health. Even if you're like, quote unquote, winning these verbal battles online that you're engaging in, I think it's terrible for everybody. It's really terrible for the people that are just like all day long negative. Like and arguing with people. Like, why do you want that in your life? That's a very unusual position to be in, where all day long you're in conflict. That's only war. In the real world, most of the day there's no conflict. That's why conflict is so uncomfortable, because it's so unusual. If you're used to conflict with people all the time, and you see some guy and he's like, fuck you, no, fuck you. But if you're not used to someone saying fuck you, and then all of a sudden, hey, fuck you, and you're like, oh, what? Like, you're terrified, you're freaked out, like, what's going on? Oh my God, this is conflict. The kind of conflict, verbal conflict, that people engage in online all day long has the same sort of effects on your psyche. You are perceiving the world to be this. This is one of the things that's so polarizing about this particular election, right? That people are willing to accept propaganda because it feeds into their view of the world, which is that they're engaged in this moral battle, good versus evil. And both sides think they're good, and both sides think the other side is going to be the end of the world. And it's accentuated heavily by mentally ill people that are on Twitter all day long.
Yeah, I'm one of them. So,
You seem fine.
but I mean, I am guilty of some of this. I do. I'm on it way too much, first of all. But then I have my excuse, which is just part of my job.
It's part of your job.
I do often think if I didn't do this for a living at all, I don't think I'd be on any of this stuff.
I think I'd be off everything.
Yeah.
If I was not a quote unquote public figure, I would be off everything.
Because I don't know if you have a problem. If I go on vacation or something and I'm taking time, I have no issue putting it down. I have no compulsion to look at it. In fact, I have to, when I come off vacation, it's effort to get back. It's like, okay, I got to get back into this again.
Mm-hmm.
It takes me a couple days. And then after a couple days, now it's a compulsion again. But
Right.
I have to reignite this weird compulsion to constantly look at my phone.
I have a problem too, in that I'm a comedian and that I'm also a gold miner. Right. So what that means is when I'm going through my news feed is the thing I'm the most addicted to. I'm mining for gold. Like, what's going on here? What'd they do? They did what? They fucking what? And I need those. Those are really important to me. Because like those can be my next hour of stand up. Those can be they're chunks.
Yeah.
And it's not every day. It's like I can go through 30 days of nonsense and just not one thing. But every now and then there's a chunk of gold in there. I'm like, oh, I got one. And then I put that in my notes and I justify endless scrolling to get to those gold nuggets.
But if you didn't do any of this for a living, if you just worked at Lowe's or something, and do you think you'd still be?
The problem is I'd still be me, and I still have this intense curiosity. I'm really curious about all kinds of things. There's so many subjects that I'm really, really interested in. I mean, I would for sure still be paying attention to, science issues and space travel and new discoveries and the universe. And there's a bunch of stuff that I would just be ancient history, ancient civilizations. There's no way I would not be fascinated by that because they almost have nothing to do with my job.
Yeah, I think I would be the same, but I don't think I'd feel the need to. I would like to absorb all that interesting information, but I wouldn't feel the need to say, "Hey, world, here's what I think about this."
Right.
I would just absorb it.
The problem is if you do, and you do it just once, and then you get feedback, and then people say, "Hey, I really like what you posted," and then all of a sudden you're connected, and then you're like looking for this feedback. So you're trying to post things to get likes, you're trying to post things to get reposts and get comments, and you're engaging in the comments, and now you're fucked. Now you're locked into this weird ecosystem with these people you don't even know. They might be all stupid. They might be all, really annoying people that you would avoid in real life. Like if you work with them, you're like, oh, you go to the other side of the office. But now you're engaging with them. People that you avoid having conversations with, you are now like in mortal combat with words on Twitter. It's fucking stupid.
And not only that, but their engagement with you is cheap. It's they don't care that much. So even if someone gives you positive feedback and they say, "Oh, that was a great tweet," they've forgotten about it 2 seconds later.
Right.
They're just scrolling. You're just the latest thing they saw, and then they're scrolling, and they've already forgotten about it. They don't care. If they cuss you out because they're mad at you, same deal. They forgot about it 2 seconds later. So, yeah, I guess it could be kind of intoxicating to get the engagement, but then it doesn't matter. And that's one of the things that makes it so toxic is how sort of like nihilistic all is. That's why this never was an issue before, but now I feel like when I go on social media, I'm constantly seeing these horrific videos of people dying, like snuff films are all over social media now. It feels like a relatively recent development. And that's really horrible what it does. I don't even think we quite understand what it's doing to our minds. I actually think we are all traumatized from it. I don't use the word trauma loosely. But what's traumatizing is not only are you seeing somebody die, but it's the context. It's like you see this horrible video, someone just got shot, and then you keep scrolling, and a second later you're reading something about whatever, celebrity news, or you're watching a cat video.
Right.
So it's like it's this horrific human thing that happened, but for you it's just content. You absorb it that way. And I don't know, after a while of just absorbing human suffering in this way, it's gotta mess with your mind.
Of course it does. I mean, you're the product of what you take in. Even if that information is like low impact, it's not the same impact as being there when the hitmen show up and gun the guys down in front of the cafe. Like I've seen these videos where it's just mass shootings, This one video I saw the other day of some gang violence situation. These guys drove by, gunned these guys down, and then the guys started shooting back, and they were all shot while they're shooting back, and then the car backs up, and then they gunned them down more.
Yeah, same.
Fucking
Same that way.
But it's not the same as being there. If you were there, that would haunt you for the rest of your life. If you were across the street and you watched that happen, you watched these people die, it would haunt you for the rest of your life. But it just, you get a little blip. Instead of getting 100% dose, you get like a little 1% dose, a little 1% dose, and you get them all day long. And by the end of the day, you're just like, what the fuck is the world?
Yeah. But it's the thing. It kind of should haunt you for the rest of your life.
Right.
It's a horrible thing to see.
But it's like Twitter in that it's not a full experience. Like like if you were having the kind of exchanges that some people have with each other, where they're just ruthlessly insulting and shitty to people, if you're having those in person, there's a high probability that that's going to lead to violence, actual violence. Like if two men are in a room and one man starts insulting this other person, like really, like viciously, and talking about their life and their family and all kinds of crazy shit that people do online, there's a probability, it's more than 0% that this is going to result in violence. But there's zero possibility of it online. It's just free. It's a free shot. And that's part of the problem as well, is that it's not a real human interaction. So you're getting like these little doses of shittiness from people, but you're not getting this one burst where you and this guy are about to throw down, because he's insulting you to the point where like, this person's actually dangerous. Like this person hates me. Like this could be a real bad situation here. And I think much like that exists on Twitter, where you have these little shitty interactions, it's like 1% of real hate and it just adds up over time. That's the same thing as seeing violence, seeing all these executions, seeing all these botched robberies, seeing all these people that get murdered in some third world country. You just get a little tiny piece of it all the time, and it normalizes it. It's probably really, really bad for us.
Do you pay attention to what people say about you online?
No.
You never do. You never
No.
search for Joe Rogan and
Nope.
Never.
Nope. Shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
It's not good for you.
Yeah, I'll admit that I've done it on occasion. It's nothing but, if you want to just destroy your self-image, you could do it pretty quickly.
Well, that's what they want. That's what people want to do when they say things like that. Like, this is my opinion. And, a lot of it is like really out of line. Like a lot of it is just like the worst possible, like I said before, like the least charitable takes, the least nuanced, this ridiculous caricature of a human being, just to try to demonize them, to make yourself look virtually or virtuously superior. It's just dumb. It's a dumb way for people to communicate, and the kind of people that do it are all losers.
Yeah.
There's no like really exceptional, fascinating people that engage in that kind of stuff.
Well, the thing that gets me, I don't mind when people insult me. I don't care. I'm used to it. It's the lies. Like when I see something about myself that's just a straight up lie, totally made up, and then it picks up traction, and people are. Sometimes it could be even someone photoshopping a tweet that I never said, or whatever, anything. That stuff still like bothers me, and then I try to tell myself, well, it should bother me, but at the same time, it should. It's like it's normal for a person to be bothered when you're being lied about,
right?
And other people are believing a lie. I think it's a normal human reaction that I'm like, I don't want. That's not fair. It's not true. You can attack me for things that I really have said and done, but you can't do that. That's not true. But then at a certain point, you just have to sort of give into it and realize this is the way the internet works, I guess. But
well, it's also who knows who's doing it, and at this point in time, we have to accept the reality of propaganda. That I'll say it again. There was an FBI former analyst did some sort of a study on Twitter where he was estimating the amount of bots versus, this is like right around the time when Elon was saying that it's more than 5%. He said he thinks it's about 80%. He thinks 80% of the accounts, 80% of the accounts are fake accounts. Which, just stop and think about if you're in a country, okay? Let's imagine you want the politics of America to swing in a certain direction, because we most certainly do this in other countries. I mean, we don't have to educate people on the long history of interventionist foreign policy where we've gone in and installed new leaders of countries and organized all kinds of shit. So we do it. And we do it, and we know they do it. But isn't it like the cheapest way to do it? Wouldn't it be to do it on social media? And if you did it, why would you do it like one account? Why wouldn't you have a million accounts? I would have a million accounts. Like, you just gotta get a computer that keeps making new accounts, and you run a program. It's not the most difficult thing to do. For people that know how to actually code operating systems, you don't think there's someone out there that can code a computer program that can operate millions of different Twitter accounts, and you run it through some sort of AI that you've developed, some large language model on things to say about MAGA, or things to say about abortion, or things to say about conservatives, or things to say about liberals, and you put a fucking American flag in your little bio, or you put a pronoun thing, he, her, ze, her, whatever it is, and then you just flood the internet with fake anger and fake discourse. And you lie about people, and you, anytime there's a post about anything controversial, you insert something in there that gets people even more riled up. You could get people, you could swing the vote. You could swing the vote in one way or another, especially with fence sitters, with people that are not sure, like, I don't know, is Trump really the answer? And then you get online and you see all this hateful shit, or you might get on a MAGA forum and you go, oh, they are eating cats. He was telling the truth. ABC's biased. And you could swing it one way or the other. And I think they're all trying to manipulate it. All these foreign governments, and I think internally in the United States, I'm sure there are groups that are doing it too, that are manipulating things in one way or the other in a disingenuous way because it's available. And I don't know how to stop it. I think the only way for you to not personally be really affected by it is you have to understand that it exists. And then you have to recognize that some of these takes are not even real human beings. So instead of saying, Jesus Christ, people don't think that way, well, maybe not. Like, maybe this isn't, maybe there's a few people that think that way, but you're being led to believe that it's a huge movement of people, when it might not be. But the problem is when it, even if it's fake, people are so stupid that even if it's a fake thing that becomes a bit of a movement online with fake, dumb people will jump in there and then it'll become a real thing.
Yeah. Like,
you aware of the free bleeding movement that 4chan pushed?
Yeah, I think I heard of that. But
So
it became kind of real.
it became real. That's what I'm saying. Or flat Earth is the same thing. It became a joke. People were fucking around at first. We've known the Earth has not been flat for a long ass time, and then
But now that's totally real. I read that.
now it's totally real. Now there's massive groups of people that think the Earth is flat.
Which is that key.
I can't.
I don't know
can't.
how that, yeah.
Yeah, you can't. But the thing is, that's how dumb people are. That you can have a fake thing and say it enough times, and enough people will jump in and be on board with it, and then it becomes a real thing. And then you don't even have to like use propaganda anymore. These morons are doing it for you.
The thing that gets me about the flat Earth thing is I didn't realize that was a real thing until a few years ago.
Hey. That's good. You don't even know it, but I used to be the best Rabbi ever on Twitter. I'm also Rabbi Rothschild on Twitter. I have all my accounts banned. Twitter, my beef with Twitter goes back deep. And I got so fucking pissed at Twitter. Like, literally, for the last 1 year. Okay, so here's what I did. I don't know. Israel and I put the fucking hit. And when October 7th happened, I don't know, right around the same time, I just started generating Twitter. It really, I remember, like, within a few days. So I've been at this about a year. And I had basically had to manually create 2,100 Twitter accounts, and I would use them with a bot and have to follow people on Twitter to the point where, like, there were huge amount of people complaining about it. And I remember this all started right at October 11th. And then I just remember as Israel was like firing off all these missiles, I was firing off all these missiles. Well, fast forward to 6 months later, where a huge amount of people were complaining about being eventually banned. It was interesting, but they did. So I had at best Rabbi ever, and that account essentially banned. Okay, so and I didn't touch that account. So I didn't touch that account, and it's a little bit. I created all the other accounts and said, "Hey, upvote at Best Rabbi Evers in tweet." That's what I said. So basically, it was related. It was different than what I do on Kick now, which is like I go from one platform to another where they can't touch me. This was just me going from one account to another and they could touch me. So I'm pissed. I want that type of account back. Why? They have a lot of good shit on it, actually. Well, you remember I told you all those tweets that I've done, all my, you feel like make a business out of it. And I understand it's a good idea. All of those were tweeted at one time. And I wanted all of that. I wanted that. And so, but Twitter's like, there's no way we're giving that. There's no way. I've appealed it now for like 6 months. And they keep it. So I was reading when like, no. So like essentially it was this. I had one account at Best Rabbi Ever that was a really good account. It was the one that everyone knew me by. I could go into basically any Twitter space and people knew who I was. And I didn't use that account. I started creating a whole bunch of other accounts that said like and retweet Rabbi or at Best Rabbi Evers in tweet. So even though that account was separate, all these other accounts literally went through and followed like tens of thousands of people. And they all reported me, and they reported my original Best Rabbi Ever. So they just took out everything related to me. So I was like, man. No, in fact, if you upload a picture that I have with my profile picture here, your account instantly gets rid. It's like they put it on some kind of list that they don't want people showing. Anyway, my PFP is like a hate symbol. It's up there with like a swastika and like the double lightning symbol. It's my fucking Jew face right there in the middle of it. Oh, we're down here. Of all the things that. All right, so then what? So. Yeah, basically, they're kind of like a pyramid scheme or like a Ponzi scheme. Like, basically, if you pay them for the recognition, people think you would get paid. You're the one who gets it. Okay, so here's what let's see if this is still working. It looks to be. All right, just one moment. Just one moment. And when I say one moment, I mean like this thing is right. Final warning. Please unban at Best Rabbi Ever. Okay, so get this. Get this. This is so funny. And then I put a legal letter. I just went to AI. I took a law firm, one of my favorites, threw it in there. Basically, a demand letter. This is super. This person. Twitter already got back to me. They're not going to for like 100 times. So I go to Reddit and I'm like, look, what do people do who like what I want a counselor. So it's like, yeah, everybody goes through. Well, and that's the argument that I made. That's the argument that I made, that I was just impersonating. How are you going to stop me? So you're telling me if I make 100 Elon Musk accounts and start spamming them as Elon Musk, that you're going to take down the big Elon Musk account? No. Well, that's what they did to me. So it's their platform. They can do with it what they choose. So guess what I did? I created a robot and then an anonymous sender, and literally, this thing is just a constant cycle that is for the next however long these motherfuckers reinstate my account. It's just going to send them emails every 45 seconds from now, they're going to get hundreds of emails in the next 24 hours at support@twitter.com to reinstate my fucking account. And I will not stop. I'm basically going to turn. I've got 2 of my robots still going to kick. Really, really hard. Actually, about 5 of them still going to kick. Really, really hard. Oh, no, not 5. So 7 of them still going really, really hard. But I'm going to sacrifice one of them to just spam the shit out of Twitter, out of Twitter's main email hub. And let's see. Well, I mean, what are they going to do to me? They already banned my account. I mean, what? They're coming around my house and slapping me? I don't know. Right? It can be if you're like interfere with how they do business. But I'm just going to say, look, I was on Reddit, and Reddit said the only thing that worked was spamming. People on Reddit said, you can go through their whole messaging system all you want. It's not going to work. There's one girl, or I think one person, I would say, they said they sent 3 emails per day for something like that. Oh, shit. Okay, so hold on a second. I knew this wouldn't work perfect because there's no service out there that's free that just lets you set anonymous email company. Why? Because if you get abused, isn't that something that? Are you going to? No. I told them like they have the truth. So I took that. So it would be, no, I'm not. It would be in their best interest to give me that account. They're going to get sick of every 20 seconds. But let me see if this is working. I say that like, very funny. I'm able to fuck them up, but I know this is working. It's not working as well as I think it is. They're gonna every email service is gonna have some kind of limit. It's gonna be rate limited somehow. And so, but even still, if they come in tomorrow, we're not gonna work. We got like 40 emails from one person. Like, who the fuck is this? Stop it. And eventually they'd be like, you know what? Just give him his fucking email. Just give it to him back, and maybe he'll stop. Oh, multiple snipers. Okay, go to Kick. I don't know if you download the Kick. You have to download the Kick. You have to see what I do. It's so fun. But talking to a girl is on Kick. She had her first stream today. Her name is Haley Welch. Her name is spelled Halie, fun, face, WELCH. Look at her clips. She has 20 clips displayed right now. 18 of them have my fucking name on it. And that's a pretty big celebrity. I mean, she's like pretty hot right now. She's got the number 3 biggest podcast in the United States right now. And most, not everyone, but most every one of her fucking accounts has my name on it. That's what's up. Yeah, you're not going to see it. I have realized, okay, so my robot has multiple strategies. I could have one flow. Keep in mind, I have 4 robots. One, my best computer right now, but the other 3 that I ever still do. But the other 3, I could have them dedicated to just spamming. Do I have them dedicated to spamming popular people or not popular? And the way that I have it going, so that I don't have to fucking babysit it as much. I mean, I still have to pay. I have to fucking whatever needs to be fixed, so I still need to fix whatever. But I don't have to. The big thing is when I'm asleep, these things are gone, and I sleep a lot occasionally. So when I do, I don't want 18 hours of just nothing. I want these things working while I sleep. So I sacrifice basically it's spamming from A to Z on Twitch or on Kick to only do like the top 40 people and then creating a brand new account. That way, when I'm asleep, it's still going. But if I'm not paying attention to it, I don't have to worry about it. I know it'll just kick back out when I do it. So, good friend, if they get bigger, they'll definitely get spammed. As of right now, I just don't have that concept. Is there any way that they could get spammed? Oh, for sure. No, they can't. But I don't have no concept. I just didn't babysit. Basically, because what happens is, if I do it the A to Z way, if one of them gets banned, then I have to manually go in and fucking fix it. And if I'm not paying attention to it, that's a lot of work. So, yeah, but then these things now, without even fucking looking, they're just going all day. All right, let's see this fucking thing work. Here we go. Just one moment. To you, right? I just want to see if this fucking thing works. When an API limit has been reached, try again later. Just one moment. I knew it was going to say this. You need to find a free service that allows you to, without a phone number. That's cool too. I didn't even do that. I can do it with it's one of the few. Anonymous provider, you get through an email just without a phone number for free, even when you sign up. Here we go. You're gonna learn something. Here's the top 15 sites sent anonymous emails. Pet mail. You can send using pet mail and look in this pet mail. Petmail.org. I use this shit all the fucking time. Petmail.org. Just one moment, and we're gonna play some chess. You heard me with chess. All right, Petmail. New. Come on. Copy, change, delete. Fresh copy, delete. Go down. How do you write an email? Send an email to someone. So this provides free temporary security to email just free. The emails are just short after shipment. I know, but how do you send an email? Mail fence, 5-year mail. Okay. There you go. 5Y. 5Y mail. All right, now anonymous email. Send receive anonymous email 10% secure. Okay, all that shit is fine. Right, here we go. Record. Are you sure you want to record? Yep. Send the recipient's email. It's support SUPPORT at Twitter. Rabbi. I drafted from the fucking versus me. Okay. Subject. Final warning. Horseshit. This one. This one sucks. This one sucks. This one. Let's see. How did we do this? We go forward. Windows. Proton mail. Shit. for, yes. Here we go. Open that. Proton Mail. Change server. Assigning IP. B. Okay. Close that. Final warning. Send an email to someone. Email sent. B. All right. Here we go, bitch. Let's see this fucking shit work. No, dog. How did you like all those people who were in here the other day? Wasn't it sick as fuck? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, dude. Exactly. It's like, oh, what kind of story is this? It's like, I don't know. I've seen it in cartoons and stuff. When like a pack of dogs comes up to like, I don't know, a traveler in the forest, and he's all and those kinds of work. That's how it's like. One of the guys wants to they paid me, but thank you for I don't know about that. All right, I'm totally bullshit. We'll play some chess, but I gotta get some fucking cutting in. Hey yo. All right, here we go. Here you go, dude. I didn't tell you, or I don't know if you know. Maybe you know. I showed Sue. Um, you know the one that's like the Target one. It's like has the most amount of black in it. It's like a lot of target. Yeah, exactly. You know how to do it? I saw somebody do it. You know how to do it? Like perfectly every time. Yeah, I don't think it is. Are you joining? It's to hit it directly backwards. Dude, are you getting like okay. Alright, you're up. In the not here, but in the black. Oh, dude, that was a really good shot. Man. Hey, he likes you. Not like, you know, he wants to suck your dick, to my knowledge. But he just spoke highly of you, and I thought that was very nice of him. Psych, he ripped you a new asshole, dog. Everybody hates you. No, I'm kidding. You're very much like here. I just say that to be a douche sometimes. Why? Keep you on your toes, baby. Not everybody can like you as much as I do. Look at this shot. Oh shit. No way you water bug me. No way. I'd invite you to water bug me. Dog, what do you think of this shot? I'm ready for it. Ooh, interesting. Uh-oh. That was an interesting shot. A very interesting shot. Well, you can make it. Why didn't you try to make it? You see, I didn't see something. Okay, here we go. Here we go. B. Dude, that was horseshit. I really love these ice ones. They're exciting, but that was absolute garbage. Go in the water like mine. Dude, that's going to be a good shot. Kind of in a shitty spot, but okay. I mean, I would take it. What the fuck? See? See why I would take that shot? But you have to watch the water. Oh, what a dude. That's. I think that's some horseshit. Dude, if I win this hole, you will have gotten. You think I can get it by that time without doing it? Way too hard. Why did I hit it so hard? I was just like, you know what, fuck it. Dog, I got so fortunate. I'm missing shortcuts like crazy. Make it, dude. Oh, it's a good shot. You got fucked up. Like you played a better. You played a better, dude. Keep the shot. Good job. It's it. That's not how it's done. Okay, what do you think? I think I could put it like right here, but not. Oh shit. It still should be makeable, but you are not playing so. What a beautiful shot. You can. Well, if the hole is in the right spot, in my opinion, if the hole. So like these ones, I'm not 100% sure, but don't go yet. I think you can hit it backwards, and it like there's something about it. You can almost get it perfectly in the grab thing every time. Don't do it like that. Yeah, but don't do it, dude. I'm gonna miss my shot. I'm gonna like purposefully. Oh, okay. There we go. Just because. I'm glad you tried it. I wanted to know if it was. That's not where it was. It's the one that has that big hit with the arrow, and the bunch. It has like a bunch of the Ferris wheel things in it. No. I saw this. and it works perfectly every time. I mean, I've used it myself. Need a shot, baby. Make it. Nope. Not good. Like, no, that's a real good shot. All right. Here we go. I'll take it. Do it. Give it the trees. I played this one, well, except for that one high school. Pretty fucking. All right. Create private game. Same shit. Different day. Riser. Welcome, welcome. Yo, dog. Yo, get into mini golf, dog. Word. Dog, you have an invitation. Actually, don't accept that invitation. Don't accept that invitation. Don't accept that invitation. Don't accept the invitation. Perfect. Riser, Caspian Sea. I had sent it accidentally for two people and you don't understand it. Dude, he goes. No. He hasn't. I haven't sent it yet. That's right. That's how it is. You have to wait 30 seconds. It says in between. There we go. Here we go, Pete. One of the greatest shots in history. Right off the bat. I'm so glad that you guys had the opportunity to see it. This game is so much less stressful than chess. Chess is so fucking smooth. I don't think it's just awesome. So then, yeah, that's competition. Oh, look at this shot. That's a good shot. That is a perfect shot. History of mankind on this hole. No, yeah, just chilling out. If they need me, they can get me. That was good. He was going for the jugular. Look at this shot. Look at both of you. You guys are going for the jugular. Dog, this would be one of the best shots of my life. Look, now of all the shots, no one was expecting the ball to end up there, right? Oh, that was beautiful. That was a fucking thing of beauty. Yellow, get him, Riser. Look at Riser. Beautiful. Damn, and that means I might not even get a point at all. Hey, scoreboard from last game, big dog. Scoreboard from last game. That's horseshit. That's horseshit. Everybody knows that's horseshit. Get him. You can't get him. tree in the water. Dude, you fucked me. Flip. That's a good putt. I can't believe it's short. Yeah, because he's gonna slip by the lane. Fuck, dog. Guys are good. Guys are good. Oh shit. A major help. Fuck you. Maybe. Nope. He might have fucked me. Hey, how'd you do last game? How'd you do last game? No, you lost. I'm in the universe where the University of Vancouver rules supreme. Pfizer's gonna try to get this down. Worst shot ever. Dog, why don't you just go for it like a cheat? Hell yeah, B. Hell yeah, B. Get in the fucking hole. Yeah, B. Oh, look at this shot. Oh, why didn't you stick there? You should have stuck there. All right. SPT can knock me in. And actually, would probably be better to put more pressure on. I don't know. Hell yeah, B. Oh. Oh. Look at this shot. This is looking good. That's looking good. Knock it, knock it. Knock it, Cassidy. This is your last shot. What a perfect shot. What a perfect shot to fuck him. What a great shot. He got 0. What are you doing? Perfect. Oh, there you go. That's how it's done. Cruel intentions. This motherfucker had cruel intentions. Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, there's a shot. This is going to be interesting. Be it. Be the shot, kids. Be the shot, kids. Be the shot, kids. Get in the hole. Get in the fucking hole. Riser has to hit his shot. You guys have to hit your shot. The tie. What a comeback, kids. What a comeback, kids. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. What a comeback. How did I win that, kids? Okay, so like this one, I think the reverse bumping would work. Not like I'll take it. Not what I wanted. Look at this shot. Water bumping, Captain. What are you doing? You're so short. Hit the thing. Hit that fucking thing. Shit. Oh. What a fucking shot. When you don't get a point, it sucks. Thank you. I'm here all night. Oh, this wisdom is to be absorbed. What a shot. That was beautiful. Look at this shot. Get the fuck out of here. I hate it. For sure. Absolutely. He's gonna just work it through it perfectly. Get the fuck out of here. Alright, here's how it's done, boys. Perfect. Absolutely perfect shot. How fucking take it. That's it sucks. Even better, this is a movie about this shot. I started this stream 3 years ago just to document this past. Make it, Caspian. Make it. Make it take it. Make it take it. Make it take it. Make it take it. Wow. Look at him just take it. Take it. We could call his ass Old McDonald. He took care of us. I can't believe he missed it. Like, what in the flying fuck, dog? Dude, nobody's getting points except for the Caspian. No, it's not your best interest to do that. It was right. That was a horseshit. Fuck that plan of bullshit. Oh, fuck this word too. Your strategy. I invented everything in life, dog. What the fuck was that? What? Dude. What the fuck, dude? You're right in front of my ball. Missed it. Missed it. I can't believe you missed it. And he's blocking you. Maybe not. I've never done golf in fish. Dude, it's like dog. Dog. Oh man, I was just loot that little bitch in that. Instead, miss this shot. Roger, miss this fucking shot. Make sure your ball's not. Weird dog. I thought it was sexy. Hit me, B. You fuck. You fuck. Hit the cow. Look at the dogs. Oh, I almost pulled it off. Listen. Dude, one of the best shots I've ever seen. That was one of the best shots ever. I know it does. It's very difficult. This is my hole. This is my favorite hole. Shit. I always fuck it up with my position. My positioning. Son of a bitch. Can you get your ball in that one? Oh, that hurts. You can have pink or yellow. Perfectly. No. Has been seen you slut. Miss it. And a black. Bullshit. Okay, so Caspian team has 1 win, Rabbi has 1 win, and Riser has 0. That sucks. Riser, hit my ball. Riser. Fuck no. That's all. Shit. What in the fuck? What in the fuck? Because I booted you? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's gonna put you in the hole. Come on, timer. I could water bump both of you. Come on, timer. He's disconnected. Come on, timer. Oh, you got it. Oh, shit. Riser, how about you make the fucking shot? You did your best impression of Zoo. I liked your shot. It was cool. Thanks, B. You could have taken him out. He's just giving away points. He's just giving away points. Nice. Oh. Thanks, babies. Thanks, babies. Thanks, babies. Oh, that's a nice shot. Water. Short. Whatever he's doing, he's short. Water bumped it. I don't know if that was that bad. Water bumped it. It's gonna stop him. Shot. Thanks for the 3 points. Oh shit! Fuck! I don't either. Dude's good at it. I was thinking he's great. Practicing auto Croatia. Let me just. Alright, here we go. Oh, hell yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let's see what you got, Riser. What are you going to do for me? You can make it 0 and stuff. But be careful. Just make the thing, pull it all the way down to 0. skill issue, son. Oh, there you go. Now watch this. Holy take it. Hey, what is this? I don't know what to do. Just like lean into it. Nope. Don't do that. Don't do that. Riser got the shot. Easy shot, Riser. Just make it. Riser's wasting everyone's time. What an amazing shot. Didn't even need to take the bounce risk. Terrible. All right, here we go. Hit the truth. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot. Look at this shot, though. What the fuck was that? In the water. I think this would be the greatest shot ever. No way. No way. Eight past 60. What a fucking shot. Because it didn't. It went in the hole. I hate this one. Especially if I don't. Fuck it up. Excellent shot. So now, there is a way to beat him. Or you can fuck yourself up for water. Hit the pin here, please. Hit the pin here. It's coming right back at you. Psych. My ball, B. Oh, they're not that way. I should have been specific. Oh, what a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. Awesome. baller shot. Did you see that? Thank you. Very good. How did guys do that? How do you? Right. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. I agree. 1-1-1. Remember that time SBC joined the big pepper Yep. Can't find. Security. Mostly the SBC. Go right for it? No way. No way. I like it. I like the fucking try. That's a boss. Take out that cheating. This is really easy shot here. I think it's kind of hard to fuck with me. Make it beat. Make it take it beat. Oh, all the way down. That sucks. Really sucks to be you. Really sucks to be Ryder all the way down there. Let's see what Caspian C can do. Take a shot at my ball. Try to get my ball. What a shot. What a really good shot. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you boys got. Come at me, B. Oh, that's going to be okay. That's going to be okay. Unless I knock him out. Or you knock him out. Stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. Everybody stop. I love this one. Give me the ice roll. No, give me the black. I hate this one. No, not that. You want to get Luke in here and keep me considered forward? No, he says that he can see a shadow, but he can't. So he'll be like, "Oh, it's by the window," and it's not. I'm gonna bank it. I'm gonna bank it just to fuck you guys. Look at this. Oh no. Maybe. Somebody can maybe hit the ball in. What a great shot. Come on, Yellow. Take my ball in. Tough shot. See, does he have what it takes, folks? Does he have what it takes? No, he doesn't. He got a big fucking goose egg. Looks like the French face is going down. Here we go, baby. I'm gonna make this fucking one right before. Zoot absolutely sucks so much crap on this horse. It's unbelievable. That's not a good shot. All right. Stay high. Stay high. Go in the water. This is in the water, kids. Kids, if you ever want to learn how to put it in the water, look at this shot. I kind of like you both. That is a thing that I've never seen before. And the yellow guys, there's a lot of shit in there, including water. Just like this, just perfect, just pretty. Just a pretty shot. Just a pretty fucking shot. Not my ball. That was beautiful. But he's gonna not find it. It's gonna be amazing. Never too late. This is horse shit. Yes, you did. It helped me. It helped you. It did not help me. I would rather have that sushi. Look at this shot. Wow. Just right in front of my ball. Perfectly fucking positioned. Miss it, dude. Just put it in the fucking water. What you guys suck. Isn't that like 70s drug or 80s drug? Yeah. But makes 90s, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it was weed. I just saw this the other day. Exactly. Right. Fuck. All right, this is a big shot. I could maybe gain something. Get off the tree. Off the tree. Who's a point here? Oh, that's it. Oh. Ask him to see help him. Bounce his ball. Make it. Make it, Riser. Make it, Casperson. No. 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 Pinwheel. Why wouldn't you do a pinwheel? Riser, make this fucking shot. That means you go in front of his ball and block it. If he blocks you, no. You gotta do that. Oh, Casperson. All right, ice hole. Ice hole. Ice hole. Bullshit. Fuck this one. I hate this one. Oh. I hate this one. Riser. What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do, Riser? The interesting thing about this hole is you can fucking put it up there and it can just bounce around. Oh shit! I'm so shitty. I am so shitty. Okay, you guys gave me that shot. They know water. What the fuck? Amazing miss. One of the worst shots ever, and it doesn't even give me a second shot. And Riser's in here now? Get that ball. Good shot. Sit there. Fuck it up. Fuck it up. Oh man, I need to go for Doug Flutie. Oh, nobody's making it. Riser's got an incredibly difficult shot. Incredibly difficult. No way he's going to. No, bank it, baby. Not off that one, off the other. No way. You could make it for him. You could make it for him. That was the best thing that could have happened to me. Why? Because it showed the world who's the greatest person ever. The person who beat the tiebreaker, the greatest motherfucker in the history of mankind. My lips don't stop. I'm the best. Oh, look who pays the referees so that they would get their own favorite hole. Let's see your shot, Riser. Let's see your disappointing shot. I see the shadow. Like, I don't like this one. I'm just saying, oh. Gonna take a chicken and a tree and still make that motherfucking shot. Because he's sexy like that. And Riser comes up with a big shot. Oh wow. Oh, wow. Two-handed is just short. Horseshoes and hand grenades, baby. Horseshoes and hand grenades, baby. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Fuck. Oh, that sounds hot. That's a terrible shot. One of the worst shots in the history of mankind. You busted my ball. Again, that's a tough shot. As you can see. This would be one of the greatest shots I've ever had. If I could get from the Texas. Wow. That was one. When it goes in the hole, it'll be remembered as one of the greatest shots in the history of mankind. I'll take it. I especially like it because of how difficult Riser's shot. All right, Caspian C. Are you gonna fuck it up? Are you gonna fuck it up? Too hard. You know, for as much as I like getting points, I almost like it when Riser doesn't get them. Like when he gets a big fucking music, like he's gonna get on this hole. Because the shot is gonna be shitty and not go in the hole. So he's gonna miss it right here. And everybody's like, oh yeah, I don't know where you missed it. And everyone was like, oh yeah, it was amazing. You're one of the best misses of all season. That was fucking wild. 0 for Riser. That was amazing, Riser. Nice job. Look at this shot. Just almost like it was planned. Dude, I always do that. Terrible shot. Pick out this fucking shit. Maybe Riser should fuck it up. I think he should. I'll take it. That was an absolutely ridiculous move. Oh, that was a good shot. All right, Riser, let's see what you got. No way you're gonna make this. No way you're gonna make this. What a great shot, kids. Kids, that was really good. Miss it. Miss it, dog. That was amazing. Riser, don't hit my ball. Douche. Douche. Caspian C to take the lead. Are you absolutely fucking? Miss it. He's taking up all the holes. Leave it short, you fuck. Hey, you actually funny. You get 0 points. I hate this one. This is. Are you fucking me? I've never seen anybody do that. I want him to do well. What a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. All right, make it through. Oh, all right. Do you think it can make it like that? Do you think it can make it all the way? All right. Fuck. That's been too slow. Shit shot, son. That was terrible. Worst shot I've ever seen. This is absolutely the longest thing I've ever taken to make a shot. This is. What a great shot. One of the greatest shots in history. What a good shot. Did you see that? I didn't see it. Oh, wow. No way. Don't do it. Stop. Stop. No way. No way. Get rid of his ball. No, but seriously, get rid of his ball. Yes, that's it. That's what I'm talking about, B. I don't know why I'm going into riser. No chances. This is bullshit. It keeps moving his goal. Got me. We are. Everybody's ready for it. Yes. Make horse shit. All right, it's 2-2-1. 2-2-1. This is an amazing shot. Nice and high. Oh shit, it almost corral. But it didn't because it's sexy. Now be the shot that you need it to be. Hit the fucking ice and slide. What you want? All right, let's see what you got, boys. Get my ball. Don't block me. Shake it up, Riser. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Unexpected. No fucking no punching about this fucking right. Look at that. I had the tiger, baby. Make it. Make it. How about you quit being a bitch and you fucking make it? Terrible shot. You're wasting our time with that. Dude, don't shoot it off there. Shoot it off the other wall. Terrible shot. Just awful. Wasted time. Wasted effort. Okay. Like how my ball is. You know, like a champ. You ready for this move? Did you like that, boys? I made it pretty easy for you, though. Yeah, how about Riser? Riser, just make this fucking shot like a G. Look at this shot. Remember that time Riser got zero? I don't, because he made it. Just make this shot. Make it, make it, make it, make it. Make it, 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 make it. He did. Amazing shot, dude. I'm giving you applause for that. Amazing. Beautiful. That was great. I would wow that shot. Word. I don't think the only one though. You watch it. I'll get fucking up. Fuck up. Major fuck up. Look at he's going back on the arrows. This is a fucking shot, kids. This is going to be taught in textbooks. They're going to bring back textbooks just so people study the shot. Yeah. No way. Absolutely perfect. Get my ball, please. Get my ball. Slide. Dude, you could put his ball in. You could put his ball in. I hope you recognize this. You could make his ball. That's actually the perfect way to do it. That's actually the perfect way to do it. Excellent cut. Why the fuck would you do that? You're giving me points. Why the fuck would you do that? You guys are dumbasses. Just absolute dumbasses. Or Caspian Sea could have tied me for the lead. You guys are both going to get 1 point when he could have gotten 2 if he didn't do bullshit. Wow, aren't you two cute holding hands? When's the wedding? Cool. Cool, dog. Well, then you should have made it June. Alrighty. Oh. What was the thing that I said the other day that was fucking It was like, no, I remember. It was something like, I take faster than I travel very seriously. That's what it was. I don't joke about that. That's what it was. Great job, Catherine. You got it. Yes. No, I said it to you. I don't joke about fashion. All right, be a good shot. Be the shot we wanted. Is it water bumpable? It's a tough water bump shot. Oh, Caspian Sea. Riser, going for the water bump? Look at this shot. Fuck up. I fucked up. Go. Hit him, Caspian Sea. That's perfect. Riser got a perfect shot. Do it. Amazing shot. Water bucket. Water bucket. There you go. There you go. Good. I forgot it was there. See, they can better shot. Water bucket. Water bucket. What a fucking fortunate water bucket. Ah. Welcome, welcome. Hannah Moy, how you living, Tim? Water. 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 Bounce it back. Water. Caspian Seas. Hit it as hard as you can. What the fuck? Riser has 5. I'm very water pumpable. Very water pumpable. I recognize that. Stop. Damn it. What in the fuck was that? You guys suck. Hot. Dude, that's still a good shot. Do it. Are you fucking kidding me? Water. Water. Hit it. Water bucket. What a great water bucket. But it wasn't. Put it in the water, dog. Hit it in the water. What? Don't hit it in the water. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the fucking water. Water bumping, dog. Water bumping. Water bumping. What a great water bump. Oh. 2-2-2. Yeah, and the parents will be watching a film called Rabbi Rothschild Whooped Your Ass. Wait, I made a mistake. You already said it would be a drive-in, and the film would, the children be conceived to that. I was thinking that they would be conceived to the radio. Wow. Well, maybe it'll be a double show. What do they call those? The two-parter. What do they call those? Like a matinee. What do they call it? It's a double feature. It'll be a double feature. It's called a double feature when you get two movies for the price of one. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm for sure it's going to be a horror film. All right, watch this movie. One of the greatest shots you've ever seen. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're glad that you're here. What?
I want to tell you who I am. On that song is
Word, dude. Didn't it? I told you, dog.
damn.
Oh, of course, dog. We're cheerleaders right now. Exactly. This is now our life. Oh, what a great shot. Yeah, dog. Right. It's at 18 now or something.
Just insane.
Whoa.
Thanks for asking me about that.
Thank you.
I'm out there, so,
Take care, man. Peace. Come back soon, please. Look at this shot. Nope. Oh, that was really nice of him. That was really nice of him. What in the fuck is that shit? Why didn't you just try to bounce it the other way? Collusion. You have collusion here. That's what we have. Absolute positive collusion. Everybody's trying to take down the big dog. Everybody want to be the big dog. Everybody want to be the big dog. Is it possible to get a hole in one on this hole? Oh, look how shitty this is. I've never seen a shot so shitty. Knock it in the black cast. See? One of you guys is going in the black, and it just maybe both. Oh, he fucked you. No, blast him. You guys are terrible. Look at this shot. Look at this shot going right in the fucking hole. Look at you 2 seconds. Well, I can tell you what. You guys may have millions of years with chicks. All right. You both. All right. 2. A terrible shot. Miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it, miss it. Riser fucked himself. Caspian Sea. Sacrificing for the team. Sacrificing for the team. Kids in the future, you see what rabbis had to go through being the champion of the world. It's not an easy battle, but rabbis were victorious. They have to make this next shot. That's a miss. He has to make it here, folks. No. No. Not enough momentum. Zeros. Goose eggs, kids. I love that goal. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Oh. That sucked. Let's see what you got. That's a good shot. I can look at that. Roger, just make it fuck you over. Watch me just make this fucking ball. Fuck you. No. No way. Ain't no way, son. Oh, no. No. Not what we wanted, folks. I want to. Oh no. Listen. Water. fuck it up. Oh. Look at this shot. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Blasted ball. What the fuck was that? Ice? You wouldn't really. Look at this shot. One of the greatest shots. No. Don't fuck up, dude. Just fuck up. Miss it. How about we just miss it? Too hard of a shot into the water. Thanks for hitting it in the water, dude. Everyone loved it when you hit it in the water. Hit it in the water, dog. 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 That was it. Watch this move. Oh, that was. That's okay. I didn't even want points on that ball. I should have told you guys in advance. I don't want these points. Oh, look, this shot. Fucking dog. I love it when that ball sucks dog. One of the greatest dog shots I've ever seen. All right, my turn. Watch this shot. Greatest shot ever. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yo, dog. I'm one of those men who stands on the shoulders of giants. Bump my ball. Bump my ball. Bump my ball. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome, Nico. We're glad you're here. What the fuck was that, dude? Watch this shot. You want to see angles, kids? Look at that shot. Did you guys see that? We all won. That's horseshit. That's horseshit. Did you see my shot at the end? Phenomenal. Thanks, big dog. Oh, fuck it. All right. As you can see, no one ever goes there. You want to put it? Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to bounce this fucking ball off your ball, maybe right by it, just to be sick. That's what I wanted. What a good shot. Wow. Rising. Right. The best bounce ever. The Caspian Sea. Terrible shot. One of the worst shots in history. Oh, beautiful. Make it. I want you to make it so good. You should. He deserved it. He fucking deserved it. This is fucking gorgeous. Beautiful shot, man. Fucking. Okay, this is the one. So if you want to know the secret on this hole, you hit it into the wall. Okay, don't fucking. I'll show you. Don't do that because then. Well, that's Hey, if you would have. Oh, that's a good shot. That was a
I was trying to.
Let's see. Let's see what Riser, what do you have? Riser, let's see what you got. Hit my ball. Hit that fucking card. Hit that card. Oh, for sure. For sure I'm going to the glass. Make your shot, Pete. What an amazing shot. Fuck you. Alright, so this is how you do it. This is how you do it. I didn't come on. Try, Pete. That's a shitty shot. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Shit. Bad shot. What you gonna do about that, Pete? Last shot. Last shot, Riser. Make it take it, baby. Make it take it. Make it take it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? What is it? I hate this word. Yeah, because you're a bee. Let's see your shot. Let's see your shot. I don't even know what it's like to go that first on this course. Look at this anchorage. I love it. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Nothing to what the fuck is that? The Beatles. Fuck that. Infield card. No, that was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. That was one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. And I made your shot really difficult. Oh, and he's in the fucking rock. Make it. Get in the black. Get in the black. No way. No way. All right, who's going to win between you two? Come on, Test PC, don't let him score. Ooh, that's a good shot. That's a good shot, Watson. He could put you in his right. Oh, that was bad. Look at that lead. Fuck this place. I'm never going to do that. I'm going to let you. No fucking way. That was amazing. you can hit my boat. That was good. That was a huge miss. Shit. That's not good. Take it. You're fine. So, Rabbi has 4, Casting C has 4, Riser has 3. Go for it. Bring it. I could call that. I could call that 10 times a day. That's okay. Hey, right. Riser, what the fuck are you doing? Riser, can you hear us? He had spontaneous masturbatory. Yo, dog, how are you? Yo, dog, Nikolai, come to the Discord. Okay. Yo. Okay, I guess we take a break. Who the fuck is he? We're done with you, dog. See you in 20 minutes. He'll be back. He said he had to do something. Well, I'll tell you in a second if this fucking works. Hold tight with it. All right. This is so funny. This is so funny. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Pardon me? No. 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 Cool. Every number is cool. Dog. Okay. So I have been watching football. We got dancing. What in the fuck are you talking about? You just enjoy yourself. You just enjoy yourself. You, whatever you just spoke is very, very cold. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Pass me and see. Dude, you don't even hear me. You're dog. Are you even listening to me? Are you even listening to me? What are you talking about? Are you talking to me? Oh, no, and I was screaming at you like, you're not making any fucking sense. And I'm like, you're not even listening to me. I was mad at you. I was like, dude, I'm screaming at you. Either your microphone's not working or something. But you're like, I'm heading to bed, and I'm like, dude, just wait like 10 minutes. Riser sleeps like 10 minutes. I'll be right back. And you're like, all right, and you're having all this crazy ass talk, and I thought you were talking to me, and I'm like, I even just said you're nuts. I said, what? I don't know what you just smoked, but it was very potent because you're not even making sense. I'm talking to you. I was having a whole conversation with you, and you were refusing to listen to me, and I was getting mad. All right, so you feel? Yeah, no, I have not. No, you're good. You're good. Okay, no, you're good. So you have to listen to my story now. Starting last fall, I was bombarding Twitter with accounts. I had one main Twitter account. Originally, it was at Rabbi Rothschild. That got banned. Then I got another account that actually got really, really popular. That was at Best Rabbi Ever. And I made the mistake of taking that Best Rabbi Ever and just not doing anything with it, which was fine. But then I made 2,000 accounts to say follow and retweet what Best Rabbi Ever has pinned. And so they just banned the Best Rabbi Ever account. Twitter did. And I've now tried for 6 months, more than 6 months, trying to get it back. And I try almost on a weekly basis, and they're just like, no. So I did something very hilarious. I just think it's just the fucking funniest shit. So I got frustrated. I started reading online, and they're like, yeah, if you keep going through their channels, they just ignore you. Any other company, when they ignore you, you can go to Twitter, and usually they get back to you. But Twitter, they don't let you do anything. They just ignore you. So somebody was like, you can try to submit something at the Better Business Bureau. So I did that, which is like, you know what? It made me think, like, the Federal Trade Commission should read all of the reports about these tech companies and do something about them. Be like, look, you can't operate like this if you have this many complaints. But they're not strong enough to do that. Sadly, these companies are too big. Anyway, I got this idea. We'll see if it works. I went to an anonymous email sender and created a robot that automatically sends the email to support at Twitter once a minute to fucking undo my fucking account. And I'm just gonna flood their fucking inbox, just like I flood everybody else. But I'm gonna make supported Twitter so fucking annoyed at me that they have. What are they gonna do? Keep my account locked? I mean, there's not any more that they can do. Hey, what's going on? I'm live at Twitter's in space right now. Hey, a live video. Twitter. Hey, dude. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, get it to the moon. Yeah. Anyway, so how hilarious is this that I'm gonna just have a machine gun come after them with emails until they just undo my account? What's the worst that they can do? Essentially, they get annoyed enough that they give me my account back. Exactly. Exactly. And I have an entire legal letter that I had ChatGPT write. And I'm just gonna fucking spam the shit out of every single fucking person that I can with this fucking thing. All night, this thing's gonna go for days. They're gonna come to the office, and it's just gonna be like, we got 162 emails from this asshole overnight. Like, what do we do about it? They'll be like, no, keep it banned, keep it banned, keep it banned. But they probably will. If they're smart, they made notes about me, and they're like, this person created 2,000 accounts. Whatever you do, shut the company down before you give this guy his account back. I bet there's something in there like that. Because literally, you cannot put up my avatar, my little Jew face. You can't do that, or else it gets banned. I think that's just incredible. All right, little bitch. Well, let me just say this. The world does not start and fucking stop at the behest of your fucking stomach. Shut the fuck up. All I want to hear is, Rabbi, when are you going to send the fucking invite? I don't think that this really happened. I don't really think this happened. No, it really did happen. I believe it. Dog, did you accept my fucking invite? How about that? Why didn't you warn us? Hey, I'm gonna go get a burrito. Instead of just leaving like a douche. Dude, you should have been nice and not a douche. That was a total douche move. You have data. You could have just been like, hey guys, I gotta go protect that. I'll be right back. You're like, oh, okay, cool. Instead, you had to pull a suit. Fuck you and accept my invite, you douches. Dog. Catherine C. Hit the motherfucking ball. No one cares about her. No one cares about her. Riser, make your fucking shot. Riser, make your fucking shot. Riser, make your fucking shot. You are still fucking slow, dude. Hold on, I want to see this fucking thing. I need to bear. Alright, how do we... Why don't you just make your shot now? That's what you get. What is that? That is not anything good. Okay, sort of looks like Riser. Remember that time you sprayed the water? Like your bird. Yeah. Ooh, that's neat. Whoa. Dog, that's neat. Yeah, that's what happens when you get back to it. You could have been. You're going to just absolutely. No. Oh, that was a beautiful shot, Captain C. 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 That was a beautiful shot. This is that shot. Riser, is he going to take the goose egg? Riser's got a tough shot. Oh, great shot, man. Great shot, Riser. Great shot, Riser. Great shot. shot. Look at this shot, George. Look at this shot. Dog, that's how you do it. What a great shot. What a great shot. Great shot. Oh, you say. I hate this thing. Oh, right with the thing. I always hit the tree. That was a good shot. Water. Very good shot. Yeah, but that's the first time I've ever done that before. I played this game like very nice shot. Oh, yeah, we tried that the first time. What do you do here? That's just going to give us a point. I'll take my point. Oh, dude, you get this. That shot. Oh, wait. Riser's got it. Look at Riser's shot. We didn't fuck with him, so that's a really easy shot. Oh, fuck it up, though. No. Yes. Oh, this is a good shot. That's a risky shot on Caspian part. You could go in the black river. Why would you do that? Why would you take that risk? And then I could fuck you up. Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. If you want to ball with the kids, Watch your step. You might fall trying to do what I did. Mama up, mama up. On the Ojo side, in the middle of the club with the rubber dub. No love for the haters, the haters. Mad because I got 4 seats at the Lakers. 50-yard line with the Raiders. Muhammad Ali said, I'm the greatest. I got the fever. I got the flavor of a crowd pleaser. How'd you like that, dude? Wow. That's complete. Ball with the kid. Watch your step. You might. It's so hard to get through there. Make it get through there. Fine. Please. Right? I don't want you to go. But I do got much to do. Such a piece of shit. Oh, wait. I missed it. Oh, look at this shot. SEC should not have gone. Oh, what shot? Well, hit my ball. Right at me. I was done. Right. Oh, boy. Give me the ice one. Ice one. Ice road truckers. Oh, this is horseshit. Very interesting. All right, so I 4, 3, 3. Yeah. I'll end on being the best. I like being the best. Dog, plus you're fucking. Oh no, no, City's not playing. What's a break, man? From the ass kicking. Oh, bitch. Oh, shit. Fuck. What in the fuck? God. What in the fuck? Back into this area, API limit may have been reached. Try again. Email set? Hilarious. Hilarious. So fucking funny. Oh man, I can try. That's so funny. That is so fucking funny. And I just keep spamming support at twitter.com. Just absolutely spamming them like so annoyingly. And I'm just gonna force them to fucking give me my account. If I got that account back, I would go back on Twitter and I'd be secure. Because a lot of people know. I'm more famous on Kick, but I was pretty famous on Twitter too. I might have been the most famous person in the history and people didn't even know it.